Good morning. Welcome to the first Open Data Hub Day at Neu-Tech-Park. We are happy to have so many attendants, so many participants here with us today. My name is Patrick Hohnewein. I will moderate this day about the Open Data Hub and the experts who will share with you information on how to use and how to contribute to this project. We have also still some attendees who would like to join us. It's not as easy as usual. As you know, we have to verify all Green Pass validities, and we are doing this, and we have also a lot of people connected via streaming. This is a hybrid event. We are really happy to have a lot of attendees here at the Neu-Tech-Park again to do networking. And I am personally very happy to now give the word to the Director for Innovation and Tech Transfer, Vincent Mauroy, who will officially open the first Open Data Hub Day in history. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Welcome to all to that venue, which has at the end the main aim to inform and also to show you the potential there is related to open data. At the end, open data, people would think it's a simple thing, simple effect, simple phenomenon. We just make the data available, both public and private, and value is generated out of that. Seems simple. Some people think also it's new, but at the end it's not new. It's already since 1942, so the even pre-internet era, that there was an American socialist, he was called Richard King Menton. He already claimed that it was very important for society to put at that time the knowledge of science available to everybody to move forward in our world. 1 year, in 2009 also, a very important event occurred. Maybe some of you didn't notice it was so important. So Barack Obama, when he became president, at the first day, the first memorandum that he wrote was a memorandum, two memorandums were linked with open data that were pushing the open administration in the US to share more data. And he already recognized, together of course with his administration, the importance of the availability, transparency of data that will lead to more collaboration and also would lead to more potential. 1 year later, in 2010, international organizations and also the United Nations, they also confirmed and advised all the countries in the world to start with legislations and to change the mindset of governments to always more and more share data. Now, and that brings me then to South Tyrol also, from the world, from United Nations. First, maybe also European community. They identified that with all the open data that will be made available in 2020, more than 75 billion of revenue will be generated, and there will be created in Europe 25,000 high qualified employment places related only to data analysis. So it's even not considering all the rest which can be developed based on open data. Open data has also the nice side effect that a lot of complex phenomena of today, like for example climate change, or what we experienced with the pandemic, unfortunately the last years, they could only be tackled or at least understood with the use of open data. If everybody would have kept his data for himself, we wouldn't be able to analyze those big complex phenomena. Then we have also another element which is very important. It's the trust in data. There's a lot of mistrust, a lot of misinformation, and also there open data can make a significant contribution, a significant role to make the real data, the validated data, scientific data, available to all so that we all can see the truth and make also better decisions. Coming now to South Tyrol had really also a leading role in open data. We started already in South Tyrol in 2010 with open institutions, public institutions related to tourism, mobility. So we were really at the forefront. 2010, it's the same period when Obama entered in office in 2009, and the United Nations claimed for more open data in public administrations in 2010. So we can say that we are pioneering here in open data in South Tyrol. We are also working together with a lot of companies related to open data. More than 60 companies only locally are linked with those activities. So there's a lot of potential. And there's still more potential for companies, for public institutions to, especially companies also I would say, to improve their business model, create new business models. And there are already a lot of apps working and using open data at the end. So the purpose of that venue is quite straightforward, but very interesting, I would say. So we will let the experts speak. Companies like, for example, Alperia, Reactive Software, Chisma, but also public institutions like IDM and also STA, and also our research partners here at Neutech Park, like Uni Bolzano and URAC Research. They will show to you some ideas, but even more than ideas, some already validated concepts and products that were brought to the market and that use the potential of open data. So I would say enjoy the venue and yeah, here and see you during the breaks.
Thank you very much for the official opening, Vincent. And I will now give a brief introduction overview to the Open Data Hub project to give a common overview, because we have seen that many experts are working together with us on the topic of open data. But sometimes everybody is concentrated on his part in the project, and therefore we decided to give an overview to show what topics we touch with the Open Data Hub project. So mainly we offer at Neutech Park the platform, and we offer to companies 3 services. The service number 1 is called Data Access, and is meant to provide you access to data, so you can become a data consumer. You consume data with your apps. The second service is called Data Sharing and has the goal to help you open up your data. So if you want to share data with others, you can use the Open Data Hub to do so, and we will transform you in a data provider. And the third service is called Demo Visualization or Data Visualization, which has the goal to show the data which are provided by the data provider. I will now go a little bit into these 3 services, but first I would like to underline that we are a tech transfer unit at Neutech Park doing this project, and our main goal is to create a community of talents out from companies and out from research organizations who should work together and create digital solutions, innovative digital solutions, which the single company or the single research institution is not able to create alone. And for this, the Open Data Hub has been created as an open source platform. We developed the Open Data Hub as an open source project. We are just coordinating this effort. We are not developing it alone, but we involved around 60 companies, as Vincent said already. More than 60 companies are involved in the development of the single microservices technologies we use for this platform. So it's more a community effort than just a development by us. And to open up the opportunity to make all these actors collaborate to each other, we use this open innovation strategy in digitalization. So we call it also often the 3 O's. So the O for open standards. We try to implement as good as possible open standards to communicate the data, and we use Alpine Bits, for example, which is an effort of companies in South Tyrol to create this format. We use open data, of course, using Creative Commons licenses, for example, and we use open source to have the collaboration among all these companies involved in the development. Okay, let's go into the data access service. So as I said in the beginning, data access is meant to help data consumers to consume data. And here it is very important to underline that all the data provided by Open Data Hub are machine readable, because we don't want just to share data, we want to share data which is can easily be used in machine learning algorithms or other applications done by machines. So if we design this, if we look at the diagram, I made an example on how the data consumer, which could be a website like Südtirol Info in this example, consumes data and is doing the data access. On the other side, we have the data providers like STAR in this example, who is sharing data through the Open Data Hub, data about public transport. And we have a growing number of data consumers, which are companies and organizations accessing data, different data through the Open Data Hub. We don't know everyone. That's in the nature of open data, because you can consume data from the Open Data Hub without even registering. But some register and they are in the community officially, and so we can update them about news in the Open Data Hub. And as you can see, this part of data consumers is growing day by day. On the other side, the data sharing service, we have data providers who provide data and use it to give visibility to their core business. So Alperia has been mentioned, and Alperia will have a talk later on about how they are sharing their data. For me, Alperia is a wonderful example, because the core business of Alperia is energy. So providing energy and sharing the information where the e-charging stations are positioned, and that there are e-charging stations for electric vehicle drivers generates business to their core business. This is a very easy to understand driver to do sharing of data. Okay, and as you can see, this data providers part is growing as well, and the effect is that in different domains like mobility and tourism, we provide data through a single data hub. So the data consumers can access data from different sources without even sometimes knowing from where the data is coming from. The last service we offer is newer service. We call it data visualization, because we figured that providing the data only as API is wonderful for software developers, because they are used to look at data like this, but there are others who are not understanding the data. So they want to have visualizations of the data, like, for example, accessing the data through a knowledge graph, where we work together with the Free University of Bolzano and the spin-off on Topic, which will provide a talk, or having access to the different sensors and see the history of data, so time-based data. And also for end users, we created a collection of widgets. We call these widgets web components, because we use this technology, and the web components are easy to use widgets you can integrate in your website. So these are different tools to access the data, and we hope to give a contribution to build in South Tyrol, but not only. We are growing also outside from South Tyrol to help the community to grow and to use data, exchange data, and create digital technologies, innovative solutions our world needs. Thank you very much. This was my introduction to the Open Data Hub project, and now we will have our first expert connected, which is an expert from Gartner. I see Bettina already connected, so Bettina Trakrayan, I'm really happy to have you as a speaker at the Open Data Hub Day. We have a good collaboration with Gartner, who is assisting us to provide us inputs about how the world is changing through digital transformation. And Bettina is an expert in smart cities topics and data topics. And I'm really looking forward to the presentation and to the input provided by Bettina. Hi, Bettina, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me very well. Thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. On my screen, the presentation is a bit blurry, so I hope you can see it in a much better way.
We see everything perfect, and we hear you strong and loud. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So let's get started. My presentation today is about using data for sustainable tourism. So the post-COVID, our relationship with tourism and travel has changed quite dramatically. Before, we were building tourism based on some of the individual experiences that can be leveraged and monetized. Now we need to evaluate our touristic experiences based on the impacts that we see on the environmental and also on the social footprint that we're leaving on these locations. And there is a lot of data, AI, and new technologies like satellite images that can support us in identifying these travel footprints. All these travel footprints start with user journeys. User journeys, experiences, experience that they are increasingly digitalized to my own or user kind of environments, my smartphone, my data wallet, my social media footprint. And I can drive some decisions around how I'm choosing entertainment venues. What are my requirements for good concierge service? What's my service level experience? What are my exchanges within my social media? What are the choices that I have and choose? What's my convenience level around mobility? And maybe what are my hotspots, my bucket list that I want to check off and really build on? But all these decisions that I make on a user experiences through the lens of my data environment actually also drive a data footprint. And that kind of data footprint can be used by operators, by the travel and touristic ecosystem to actually build out a trending experiences where we can start to predict the sustainability footprint. We can start to build resource and energy efficiency, water efficiency into our delivery of experiences. Post-COVID, we've seen that there is a lot of these journey and individual experiences that can allow us as operators to be more resilient in the way we're actually offering public safety and convenience, or also governance around it. Let's make it short. We can become a digital destination, not by being totally technically, but being able to drive some of these journeys in a more concerted and ecosystem kind of way. In addition to the individual data that we see today, we also are able to now tap into some of the third-party data that we have and that are describing our venues and our environment. So we have a lot of sources that are related to mapping environments, like what we have here, that actually show the biodiversity or the sustainability impact because of climate change, because of some of the degradation of our natural resources already. So we have actually a fact base that we can build and drive our decisions from. Then we have actually user and gamification type of applications and data sources. This one here is from 7th generation. Actually, it's a detergent company, but they have a gamification app where they're actually inviting users to smell their city, their location, and put the smell of this location into a map and crowdsourcing maybe kind of incidents, fun smells, bad smells, so that the ecosystem can tap into this type of data. We also have conversation data around chatbots of cities like in Vienna, where we can actually look into answering questions of citizens or travelers, and on the back end can aggregate the responses again for better feedback and decision cycles. And at the end, we have a lot of assets within our environment that actually also emanate data, whether it's a connected car, it's a connected street light, it's a vehicle-to-vehicle communication environment. And so you can see within data exchanges on an urban environment with an immersive kind of experience around data that we have a lot of additional data resources that are not just really structured, but available to build some of the more sustainable and smart kind of environments. So it really boils down at the end of the day to orchestrate these different data sources into a more structured approach that can manage these locations in an interactive and almost on a demand basis based on the velocity of users, travelers, the society, the events that sit behind it. So on the one hand, we're definitely mapping individual experiences around crowd management, social amplification based on the location. And we have an ecosystem that now, because it's location based, can tap into journey mapping, public safety, risk and the contextualization, and actively or proactively mitigate some of the challenges and provide better experiences for users, but also for the society perspective. Now, there is a word of how the kind of like these experiences and data flows need to be aligned. Let's take an example of a dog. Many people travel with a dog. So, how to manage the data exchange and the data decisions based on a dog? A dog could be a guidance dog or could be a comfort dog. A dog could be a pet. So is it allowed to be in a restaurant? Is it allowed to be in certain locations? Or is it actually an animal that has to be outside? So just from a little perspective of semantic classification of certain data points, we need to make sure that in this whole location analytics, we also have semantic analytics and alignments attached to it to be able to compare apples to apples. So it seems that from a sustainability perspective, we have lots of data and we analyze it based on the on locations. So it seems we have it all figured out, right? Unfortunately, not. Many places today are experiencing a degradation of biodiversity and also a volatility in its primary resources, a supply, and overcrowding on top of it is actually taking the rest. So there is a call towards circular economy in tourism and travel, which is not to make use more of our resources from our places and locations that we can replenish or even burden the local society more that they can cope. So this is a real call to action to not only look at the efficiency and the environmental sustainability, but putting it into the context of a life cycle. Here we talk about this definition of natural, human, and social capital, so the societal aspect at all. And again, when we talk about how to accomplish this, actually we have a lot of data and assessment on digital and at our fingertips. So if we look into the environmental challenges, the natural impacts, we actually have studies that show that 1 kilo of CO2 emission is spent per $1 in touristic activities, which is quite a lot. But where does that natural impact come from? Is from a huge pressure on transportation and mobility. And fossil fuels, trucks, buses, vehicles are really challenging this, not just in terms of the nature of the vehicles, but also in terms of consumption and congestion. Another big part is actually the consumption of services. So the relation to restaurants, takeaway food that is littering, and so the consumption of this whole entire service industry also puts a huge impact on our and stress on our locations. Similar to the biodiversity loss in terms of urban, but also rural area, and the big level of pollution on the sea banks, but also within big cities with lots of touristic interactions. On the other hand, we need to be conscientious about the socio-economic impacts. And this is something that is completely overlooked. We have a lot of people that work in the service industry and tourism that are at minimum wage or at very low paid jobs. So there's a completely uneven distribution of the revenues in this industry, mirrored with the huge impact that travel operators in terms of revenue gaining without little regard or return on the impacts and the costs that are associated to the society and to the natural impacts. So there is a shift that needs to change. We also have an overcrowding, as I'd mentioned before, of some of these peak spots that put a lot of frustration very often at the local community, the residential community, and especially with COVID and some of the public safety issue, it doesn't make for a good social cohesion. We also have congestion that is based on traffic that is making a big impact on revenue generation or loss of revenues based on foregone revenue opportunities and last mile logistics and the local industry. And we also have to look into the changes of some of these demand behaviors that are maybe infringing on some of the traditions or the local culture. So we actually see there's a lot of discussion in the circularity of building tourism and travel in a different way to also regard the sustainable development goals to build on an equal distribution of benefits and also sustainability within tourism and travel. So how to achieve the circularity in this is based on, we have good location analytics, we have data from users, we have management of journeys. So now we need to map all these objectives that we have on circularity together with a lot of these flying objects. And so what we need is to be able to map all these different data flows and processes in what we call the standard operating procedures within the travel and tourism industry. The standard operating procedures are enabling us to scale, manage decisions based on real-time data events that show real-time events within a certain location. And that is important because it gives us the utmost transparency within this maybe very diverse travel and tourism ecosystem. It provides us with an ability to feed our KPIs, not just on benefits and profits, but also on various impacts on the circularity timeline, and have a clear understanding of KPIs that relate to these kind of footprints. And it will give us some resilience in terms of the ecosystem actions when crises will occur, whether these are weather events, whether these are health events, situational events, whatever. So having good data to feed an ecosystem so it can build on standard operating procedures, new decision trees are absolutely key. The way to accomplish that is to a solid data hub, data exchange, data orchestration mechanism. We need to tap into these kind of data exchanges to be able to understand and develop ad hoc and very fast kind of decisions in a standardized framework with open API kind of environment so that everybody has a democratized access to the sensor data, point of interest. If we want to build concessions, transactions, engagement, everybody has the ability to understand that. The way in Gartner, as we have seen this happening in some locations, is through the development of tourist data exchanges. It's similar to a data hub aspect where you have different sources and repositories for data. You have different data companies that are also offering data into this ecosystem. And you can now model and orchestrate services for the retail, for the hospitality, for the insurance, for mobility, for all kinds of partners. And you can actually exchange this data also with different industry players. Let's say last mile logistics, because if you're in the downtown areas with very narrow streets, you want to know when these tour buses arrive and let people out for a museum, because you're creating congestion, which is not good for your fuel records, but it's also not good for air pollution and air quality. So you can see that with a transparency of data points, you can reduce your cost structure, you can build better efficiency into it. You could have more transparency through blockchain, or you can have a more social environment where you can build around location attractions and so on. And let's not forget the innovative perspective on building experiences around it. So on the innovation environment, we have much newer technologies today that can establish a circularity in terms of tourism experiences. So I mentioned we have sensors, we have cyber physical systems today that can actually emulate and identify certain conveniences and ambiences. I might need some translations because I don't speak the language. As a citizen, I want to know when I can go to the park to my yoga exercises. I don't want to do this in huge crowds. Sensors will look into irrigation of flower beds and provide a different ambience environment. So very key is technologies that allow us to pull data from these environments and help me understand and drive my own decisions. Digital kiosks are very, very important because they can build out information. They can be booking agents for you. They can actually deliver guidance if you don't want to use smartphones. It can actually provide
Okay, this is the live event factor. Okay, so maybe we wait for some minutes. Let me see. What does does 20 seconds? Okay. In the meantime, just an information, write down maybe some questions. So we have also a Q&A session. We cannot give you a microphone when you make your question from the audience. Someone from the team, Roberto, has a microphone. He will come up to you and position the microphone so you can talk into the microphone, but without touching it. Okay? We ready from the not ready yet? Let's see if Bettina is able to reconnect. Otherwise, we go to the next speaker, and maybe we will change a little bit our program and have Bettina back. So we have to be a little bit flexible, but okay, it's fine. We are able to do this, especially because our speakers are always ready. So the next speaker is Sandy Kirchlechner. Sandy is Head of Communication in Merano for the Kurverwaltung Meran. And Merano is a city which is working a lot together with us for innovation projects, maybe also because Sandy started out from the innovation field. We were colleagues during TIS, when TIS was, when we still were TIS. And yes, and the next topic now, Sandy will share with us their experience in providing images under a license, allowing these images to be shared openly as open data. So the topic is Creative Commons, especially the CC0 license, and we are happy to have a tourism organization who has done the experience to work together with photographs to collect this data and share this data with others. So welcome, Sandy. You have to stay safe distance. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate to this Open Data Hub Day. So as Patrick already said, my name is Sandy Kirchlechner. I've been at Merano Tourist Office, Co-Verwaltung Meran, since 2007. I've been working in event management and digital development for 10 years. And since 2016, I'm head of communication. So what is CC0? This is the first question we ask. Since I started working at TIS and then I worked for a tourist office, I always needed some business-related images we didn't have on our server. So the first touch I had with open data was the Creative Commons licenses, because we needed free pictures to use for our job. So the first question is this: what is CC0? Here we have the definition. It's a public domain dedication, so the person who associated or worked with this deed has dedicated the work to the public domain by waiving all of his or her rights to the work worldwide under copyright law. And you can copy, modify, distribute, and perform work even for commercial purposes, all without asking any permission. So it's really interesting, of course. So our approach to open data, as already Patrick said, depends also on our background in the team, on our experience and on our know-how, and of course on the cooperation with TIS, with IDM, and with NOI, who always kept us up to date about these topics. So the first website we used to search free images was Flickr. Everybody here knows Flickr. So it's pretty well known. And here you can put in the search query, you can already put which kind of license it has to be. So you can already put inside that you don't want any copyright. I found, for example, this image of Merano. And here you can see where this red arrow here is down. You can see it's public domain. And if you click on it, you will get the same definition we saw before about CC0 by Creative Commons. So you know this picture has this kind of license that you can use it freely. Now we have also new platforms like Pixabay. This is certainly also known by many of you. And it's also very rich in free images. And here you can also see, you find the Pixabay license. So if you click on it, then you, in a very simple page, you see what is allowed, what is not allowed. So here, for example, also, you can use it, you can share it, you can modify it. Now the next question is how to request CC0. Well, it's really very simple. This is a request my colleagues sent to photographers. And you just have to put the sentence that the photographer shall consider that the commitment wants to have all the rights on the picture. So it's really that easy. And why did we start to request this kind of license? Because we thought that we also want to have CC0 images. The response by the photographers has been very various. So some of them doubled their prices, and some of them just increased them a little. And our decision has been to have CC0 images even if we pay a little bit more for them. Why? Because the value of a broader dissemination of pictures is much higher than this little more we pay for them. And it's just, not just we who are thinking like that. We have also, for example, the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, where the general director digitalized the most important artworks for safety reasons in case of fire or flooding. And after he digitalized all the artworks, he decided to share pictures with anybody who was interested on the website. And also here you can see that you can do all you want with the pictures. You can collect them, we can create anything you want with the pictures. And why did he do that? He was very clever. He said, everybody knows the Gioconda, but not everybody knows where the Gioconda is. And with this digitalization, he can conserve works, but he can also let them circulate freely. And the more this happens, the more people want to go to the museum to see this artwork in live. So the eye desires what it sees. And of course, this principle is also very valid for us as a destination. So we want people to come to see our destination. And this is, of course, a very good reason to have images of Merano circulating and images we want to circulate, our images with our picture language. So next step is how to insert images into TICWeb. So many touristic operators know TICWeb. It's a platform we use to distribute, to share touristic data. So here we have this platform. It's very easy for us to use. We have many points we can put inside. We also put the structures inside, restaurants, and for example, a point of interest. I will show you another example of a point of interest. You simply choose the point of interest, then you open the window media. You can upload the image. And then, of course, you can also put, and that's what we always do, the name of the photographer. But then you can also show the license. So here we have CC0 license. So it's not that we don't want to put the name of the photographer. We always do. Where you have the chance to do, we always do it. But sometimes it may be inconvenient for space reasons, for aesthetical reasons, you know, and whatever. You don't always have situations where it's nice to put a name. So that's why it's more easy for us to have CC0 pictures so we don't have this problem. And how does the picture get into Open Data Hub and the web? So we have our picture on our server, then we upload it into TICWeb, and the concept of Open Data Hub foresees that then it reaches Südtirol Info, for example, Südtirol mobile app, or Merano. So it's very easy. So hereby I want to thank and show the people behind this kind of operations. It's not that they are only doing this. So this is a little part of their whole work. So we have Chantal Redavid, who is responsible for the content management. So everything going on Merano comes through her hands. Judith Ladurno, she's for the production. She's the one asking photographers the requests. She's the one managing all the things with layout management. Alessio Leone, he is our graphics manager, and he puts these images into TICWeb, and I have the joy and the responsibility to coordinate these people. So this is the image I've shown you before in the example. So you really get also very beautiful CC0 images. And I want to end this brief presentation with a quotation by Jonathan Perelman. Content is king, but distribution is queen. And she wears the pants.
Thank you very much for this contribution about how you use CC0 content, images. Are there any questions from the audience? You are still shy. Oh, I see one question. The microphone is coming.
Thank you. Did you measure any increase in visiting your places after you adopted CC0 license?
Does it work? Okay. No, we will have to check that because it's an operation we did this year, so it's something pretty new. But thank you for the input. We will certainly do that.
More questions? We ask you to get up when you make your question. Yes. Don't not touching the microphone.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, I like your idea to share images, and one of the most important things is also to get the connection to the photographer, and why it's not possible to offer something like an image search engine where you always can see who is the photographer, also when I see it somewhere, some images. And so just that you keep this information alive, also if the images are on their way.
Yes, we always put the name of the photographer also in the file name, and as we get requests of photographs, for example, by hotels, by journalists, but any kind of client who needs them, we always give the name of the photographer. So CC0 is just useful in case you cannot put the name for space or aesthetic reasons. But we always know who is the photographer of the picture, and we always distribute it with that name if we can do it. So everybody knows when he gets pictures from us, whom did them.
Okay, we have another question. Roberto is reaching. Please stand up. Yes, get up.
Hello. I would like to know if you can use and keep this image in your digital support for a limit time or for God. So
We keep them for good.
you can use, there is no limitation in
No
time.
limitation.
Okay,
no.
thanks.
You're welcome.
There are any other questions? No more questions. We will publish the video recording, which is in streaming at the moment, and also the slides online. Thank you very much, Sandy Kirchlechner, for being here and sharing your experience with us. Thank you. So I think we have solved technical problems. We have Bettina back. Hi, Bettina.
Hi.
So I just leave you the floor and let's start again and finish your presentation. So if it is fine for you, we do it like this.
Yeah, we can do it like this. Just let me do a little trick here on the presentation slide to ensure that we're not crashing again. So I apologize for that.
Oh, it happens. We are live. That's the nice part of events which are live. So we see that even Gartner, somebody has a laptop or what you are using which crashes the presentation, or the connection is not perfect, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know where we ended up, because I don't know what it was. But basically, I just wanted to summarize two thoughts on this. So one of the thoughts I wanted to bring to your attention is that we have a lot of technologies that are enabling us to provide more data points. We have technologies on sensor side that actually connect data points from over tourism to the development of insights around street condition and electric vehicle charging. So it goes into the sense of circularity. We have multi-dimensional twins and digital kiosks that provide new experiences around how we are going to build three-dimensional models in Gothenburg and in other places. We have seen that. We have virtual reality where people can start to build new environments and understand before they travel what to expect, and can be more efficient with what their requirements are. We can look at AI and machine learning to make these experiences in a much more contextual ways, using personal devices, using the devices that are around us. And I think what is really important is, again, to look at this from the data orchestration and exchange perspective, where we have a lot of data that is coming in there and that will be developed and orchestrated, and also in a touristic data exchange like you have in a data hub, where then we can playing around and developing not just innovation, but also monetization. We're looking into transparency of some of the data flows with perspective of who are my partners in this ecosystem, and how to develop all these different standard operating procedures and act to it in real time. I wanted to close the presentation because of the time, with some of the recommendations that we always have. And one of the key perspectives really is, when we build this tourism ecosystem, is that we have the grounds of sustainability and circularity in there, together with the ability to then, when we have these objectives defined, create a data exchange platform with some of the governance structures that allows us to have the play rules and to have some of the speed and velocity of data exchanges, as well as some of these know-how and democratization of the know-how across the ecosystem. I think there's a lot of data standardization that is going on. Focus on some that is open source and is available to Gaia X and international data space, and really build an ecosystem, not of just strong players, but all the social actors, the community, the startup companies, the different partners that are also having a take and ability of contribution towards the circularity of the tourism and travel. So I just wanted to finish this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm happy to take any question. I know we're running out of time, so I just wanted to share this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina. Thank you very much for this overview. for me, it was very interesting to see the orchestration, the cycle, how orchestration can help all these actors to work together. And of course, also your recommendations by Gartner for an open data strategy, more than just a data hub, which is one part of the picture. I would like to ask the audience if there are questions for Bettina. Yes, we have a question in front by Vincent. No.
Same rules. Hi, Bettina. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. You highlighted that for circular tourism, there's a need for real data, real-time data. Wouldn't it be better also to have future data so that you can plan upfront and react before something happens?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question because there's somebody speaking in the background.
Okay, so you stressed rightly that for circular tourism, you need access to real-time data, which I can completely understand, but wouldn't it be better also to enhance it with future data so that you can react and plan already before something happens, before you know that tourists, for example, go to one hotspot next Saturday, that you can already react up front? So that was my question.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I cannot hear at all. There is a Italian voice in the background. I cannot, I think it's the tech department that is helping.
Okay. Do you hear my voice, Bettina?
I can hear your voice, but I cannot hear the audience. There is somebody in the background in Italian speaking. I cannot hear.
Okay.
It's probably the operator.
Yeah, okay. That we have some issues with multiple channels. Let me try to...
But can you, because I can hear you, can you just abstract it?
I repeat the question.
I'm so sorry for this. This is not digital.
You repeat the, you hear me, so I repeat the question for you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay. So the question was if we just need real-time data or if we should also focus on future data in the sense of predicting the future through data, and if data hubs should also provide this kind of data, not only what is happening now, but also what predictive data for predicting the situation. Yes.
Yeah, so I think there's a very important differentiation of data lakes and data repositories to the data hub principles, because you will have contextualization layers, and that's the beauty of these democratized access to these data hubs, where you have actually maybe also an algorithm industry place where you can actually in GitHub or in some of these data or algorithm exchange capabilities democratize the access to predictions, models, democratize the access to curated data so that organizations or villages or smaller regions that don't have the IT capabilities can go out and look into these curated building blocks as an opportunity to also become data smart or algorithm smart without having the entire IT background that is needed. So this is one of the key differentiator from what we had before, where there's a lot of data. You can pick whatever you like, but you need to have great and deep expertise in the ability to manage and apply it. I hope that was the right answer to the question. There's still noise in the background.
So do you foresee, so I elaborate on this topic a little bit because we are discussing it. So at the moment, Open Data Hub is exposing data, so real-time data. For us, it's very important to give this message that it is real-time, it is machine-readable, and we try to be as high quality as possible and show how the world is in reality. We don't expose that much simulated data. For example, in our partners like URAC Research, they have a data hub which is managing a lot of research data. There you find simulations on how the world can be in the future. We are connected to them, but we don't see our mission in exposing simulated data. But on the other side, we foresee to expose through APIs algorithms like recommender system algorithms and other machine learning computational functionality which apps can use to better use the data itself. Is this, in your view, the architecture to go?
Yeah, this is definitely, you know, another of these data sources very important, because you have different expertises on governance to actually look into these exposed of open data, where you just put it out, have certain ring-fenced governance structures around it. And then, as I said before, in the picture I showed, you have these data hubs or exchanges, as you would call it, that connect to a more maybe simulated or an industrial way. You can have only open data that is available because you want to use more raw data. I think the key here is to not underestimate that although there's a lot of data, there's different maturity levels on how to cope with it. So what on Gartner is very important to state is that we need to also offer data not just for experts, but especially in tourism and in other ecosystems around sustainability. You have startups, but you also have entrepreneurs with various levels of expertise. It's not just research organizations. So the democratized access is absolutely key. But you're, Patrick, you're spot on.
Thank you. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the confirmation. I hope to have you here in Bolzano soon. I know you know South Tyrol, and would be great to have you here. Until then, I wish you a lot of luck, and we stay in touch. Thank you for your contribution, Bettina. Thank you. So our next speaker is connected online as well. It's Werner Zanotti from the tourism organization in Brixen, a town here in South Tyrol, the city of Brixen. And he will share with us the use case of Brixen.org, a website, touristic website, which is connecting to the Open Data Hub. So, hello Werner. Are you connected?
Hello, Patrick. Hello to everybody sitting in the audience. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clear and loud. Good to have you here, and I leave the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I had to change my laptop, so we didn't find out what's happening with the camera. But I think it's much more important to see what I want to show you, and then to see my face actually. I have to apologize that our project manager is not presenting our webpage, our project. He changed the job last month, so that's real life, you know. Yes. And in real life, things can happen in the worst moment. And so today I try to do my best. I'm not very involved in the project, but I think I was listening to what Sandy Kirchlechner was saying, and what we have to learn in the tourism organizations. I think we all should share our data with everyone in the world. I think it's much more important that the world is speaking about us than we are speaking with the world. And I think that's the philosophy and that's the spirit from Open Data Hub. So let me come back to how we started last year with our project. First of all, we elaborated a new tourism strategy for Brixen. That was the first step. And following to that new strategy was this new web project where we involved an expert, Florian Bauhuber. Maybe some of you know him. He's very known in the tourism world. And he helped us to write down the project. And he helped us to find, I think, a very, very good and very prepared company, which is Zeppelin Group. And together we developed a project, which for us is completely new. And for you and for the expert, for sure, it's not. But we tried to find a way to use Open Data Hub and to get all the data as much as possible from interfaces. And that's what I think it's a new approach. And what I want to show you, it's just to get a little bit of feeling of how the look and feel, the mood of the new web page is. So it's basically we follow the principle less is more. And we try to use lots of videos, lots of big pictures. And as I said before, just to show you the next one. That's a little bit about Brixen. Brixen is, as you said, Patrick, is a small town in the Alps. We have 23,000 citizens. We are not among the top tourism destinations where Alta Badia, Merano, or Val Gardena are clearly the top of South Tyrol, but we try to do our best. We try to develop cultural projects in the city, and we have also a mountain, it's called Plose, which is, we call it, it's a big cinema of the Dolomites. Yes, and that's what we basically try to present in our webpage. And on the next slide, I show you who is involved in this project. So basically, our URL is brixen.org. Zeppelin Group is doing the programming, is our main partner on this project. I think for all of you, Typo 3 is a CMS, it's nothing new. Then we are the TIC Web is our main data provider, where we get the data like events, point of interests, all our members. We are a tourism organization. We have 400 members. Half of them are coming from our hotels or apartments. This is half of them, and the other half is shops, restaurants, companies, but also banks. So we are a very diversified organization with many members, and we have to find a way to present them. So at the moment, I have to be honest, we have kind of a problem, because in the TIC web data that it's made for hotels and for let me say all the structures they do overnight, but it's not so good, and it's not made for shops and all the other companies. So we have to find a way at the moment, and that's the good thing of the Open Data Hub, that what we don't get from the TIC Web, we can get from the Open Data Hub. And for us, it's very new, and it's a learning process, is to find a way for editing the data on the Open Data Hub. And that's what I think it's the really new thing in the web portals from the tourism organization, to use the Open Data Hub and they use it to solve problems in the sense of not getting data from the TIC web. And so at the moment, it's an interface for weather forecast, mobility data, but also, as I said before, presenting members. And online cartography, we have Toursprung, and that's also completely new for us. So it's a new experience. And we try at the moment to bring this big project to an end. Yesterday we had a very important online meeting with Zeppelin group, and we think to be ready on November the 2nd. So it's in 1 month, and as every one of you knows, the last month and the last sprint before to run in the target, it's the most difficult one. So I hope to be successful. And yes, for me at the moment, that's all. I think maybe you have any questions to me. Again, I apologize. As you understand, I'm not a big technician. I try to present the project in a very generic way. And for me at the moment, it's all. Thank you, Patrick, to have the opportunity to speak about Brixen.org, and thank you to the audience. I was listening to many things before, and I found it very important to speak Open Data Hub, sustainable tourism. I think that's a big challenge for us in the next 10, 20 years. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Werner. Thank you very much to share this project during the last sprint. I know the last sprints are the most difficult ones because the hard deadlines and the last challenges. I like your example because you show how different data providers integrate. You make this wonderful example of LTS providing touristic data, and there we have the power, I would say. I see it when I go to other regions to explain how data collection works in South Tyrol, and I have to say we can be very happy about how all tourism offices are contributing in high quality data. As Merano has shown, Merano is inputting data to the TIC web provided by LTS. So we have a lot of people increasing data quality in tourism every day, and we will have Patrick de Jaco of STAR presenting the mobility side. And here I see the power of data hubs, that the mobility side can use the quality from the tourists, the tourism organizations, and vice versa. Tourism organizations like you in Brixen can now use data from other and especially mobility side, where the STAR is investing to increase the data quality, because that's one of the biggest challenges we see to increase and maintain the data quality we have. It's not just collected once, but it's maintaining it. And so with data hubs, we want to give a contribution to share these efforts among all data providers. So thank you for bringing this example. Thank you very much for connecting and being with us. And we hope to repeat the Open Data Hub Day next year. And maybe you will be here with us and show us the results and the success you have in Brixen. Thank you very much, Werner.
Thank you, Patrick. And it's not the problem to go from Brixen to Bolzano that I cannot be present myself. It's that we are opening a big market for bread and strudel in Brixen. That's also real life. So it's not only about Open Data Hub, but it's also about bread and strudel. And so that's the reason why I cannot be present in live in Bolzano. Sorry about that.
So now you have around 100 people jealous of your experience in Brixen. But enjoy. Thank you, Werner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you to the audience, and have a beautiful day in Bolzano. Ciao to everybody.
Okay, so we go to the next speaker before the coffee break. We are getting hungry after the information Werner shared with us, but we have a very great speaker now from Germany, connected online, Christian Landrock. Hello, Christian. Hi.
Hey there.
Nice to have you. You are the team coordinator for new services at Blick, a company which has a big expertise in digital systems for the mobility sector. And I give you the microphone, the virtual microphone, to share with us your vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you already made my introduction. So I'm Christian, I'm working for Blick and working for Blick now since 9 years and already 4 years in South Tyrol as well, mainly for STAR, Patrick Diaco was already mentioned, and together with Roberto Cavaliere as well from Neu. So within our projects, as we already know as well, the Open Data Hub of South Tyrol comes along all the way for us. So Roberto asked me to have like a brief overview and a sneak introduction what is happening in the rest of Europe in regard with the open data hubs, especially open data hubs in the mobility sector. So what we experienced that the demands of people placed on mobility are changing quite rapidly. The way people want to get informed is different as well. It's more to the idea of giving or getting answers to questions I have. So like big search engines already leading the way already. Thus, in addition to customer touchpoints, the requirements for the data and the understanding of data changes as well, or has to change as well. So that's what I want to address today. To do this, I would like to get a use case to take you to a journey. So let's pack the backpack and go. But where do we go? What do we do? So, and that's the first use case for the Open Data Hub as well. What do we want to do with the time budget we have, with the money budget we have? We want to get as much information as possible. But wait, no, we don't want to have the data. We want to have the information. What is the most comfortable way for us to do? So let's go on holiday. Let's say we want to see as many attractions as possible in a different city. Where to find a hotel? Of course, it's always the availability of the hotels, but still it's where is the most strategic point for me to have the most comfortable way to the most time efficient way. Having open data hubs, the idea is to link data, as much data as possible, to get the answers to the question the customer only has. I would like to invent a solution. So since my pocket device doesn't have a solution, I want to do it myself to get the best outcome, the best strategic way of my hotel. The idea is to create value for myself as a customer, but as well, the region where I do ask this question will add the value as well. Since we created a value for the individual as well as the providers in the region, I would think about, okay, where to find the data? How does the data look like and what I have to do with the data? Let's keep to the mobility sector because this is my topic actually. And we got exactly this question we have quite a lot. So we went to the mobility operators, the PTOs, or the authorities, the PTAs, And in the last year, most of them were saying, whoa, wait a second, I'm afraid. And then we asked, okay, why are you afraid? And then they said, if somebody else has our data, they will control us, they will complain with us, they will take our business away. And then I said, why this? And the only answer was, because there's a missing framework, there are missing regulations. We already heard that there are license models, what to do and what you're allowed to do with data. But in the past, there wasn't any regulation set. Then I asked the mobility operators, okay, so you want to get this idea and share this information, but they said that's not their core business. That's not a core business of a mobility provider. Getting more information than the mobility sector, linking them and getting more and more answers to several questions. The same question did the EU Commission as well. And so they invented funding programs such as the Rural Smart Areas, regions. And they also came up with a delegated regulation, the one you see on the up left corner, the 2017-1926. And I dealt with quite a lot with this. What does it say? Actually, it just says if you have the data and if you have the data, you have to make it available in one central access point. If it comes to countries, it's called national access point, as an open data approach and via standard interfaces. In the mobility sector, we are quite privileged because we have these standard interfaces. When it comes to other sectors, it's much more open. And the delegated regulation also had like steps how to approach this. In 2019, we started with the plant data and the so-called NETEX interface. NETEX is the network timetable exchange data, meaning timetable data. The second step was, or is in several countries, the provision of real-time services. So there's no data because, for example, the operators are not obliged to share real-time data, but we offer real-time services like OJP, Open Journey Planner RP. Actually, the STAR and NOI are involved in some project of this as well. That's meaning that you have journey planners connecting to each other and sharing part journey trips, linking them together to offer a transnational journey experience for the customer. And the third part, the third step is like King's Speech, it's real-time data via Siri interfaces. And actually, that's the point we are right now, how to get this information shared. Since it's a EU regulation, several countries in Europe, like Austria, France, Netherlands, UK, former EU countries as well, has these national access points. But I want to highlight 3 examples. The first is Udin. It's the Nordic countries, it's Scandinavia plus Estonia, which are having a Nordic platform for sharing mobility data. They are offering it in several interfaces, from proprietary interfaces to GTFS and the European standards as well, since it's based on the EU regulations. As well, they are sharing OJP with the EU Spirit interface, connecting the Nordic part, France, and Germany. The other OJP part is coming to Switzerland, is because Switzerland is also sharing information services via OJP together with STAR, so with South Tyrol as well. But via another profile of the OJP, it's the Linking Alps profile. Coming back to Udin, because they are very ambitious, they also said we have more goals. So we want to keep an eye on KI, so the intelligence, and they want to develop a chatbot. So they call it automated customer dialogue in customer contact centers. And the main goal is to create a two-way communication journey planner. So that comes to the idea the customer is not asking from A to B for a trip. It's asking for an experience, and then the app will take part for the mobility part of the answer. Already mentioned Switzerland with Open Data Swiss. In my point of view, they are one of the most open country when it comes to sharing data. So the Open Data Swiss is not only mobility, but mobility is one big part. There's sharing several mobility data like timetable, real-time data, OJP, as I mentioned, and even more proprietary APIs. And since they are that fast in doing this, they are the leading part for when it comes, for example, to Siri interfaces, so real-time interfaces. And the third example I want to address is Germany. As you see, there are several bullet points. I want to get closer to two of them. First, it's the Federal Railway Company, the Deutsche Bahn, with the Open Data Portal. I want just to go ahead because they're offering quite a lot of data, for example, malfunctions of elevators. But most of them are proprietary, so it's hard to understand what to do with the data. The second is Open Data ÖPNV. That's an initiative of 8 big public transport authorities, which are sharing real-time information, timetable information, really with an open data approach. And this is leading to Delphi and the German National Access Point. Delphi is the gathering of the states in Germany when it comes to mobility, to public transport mobility. And Delphi is the implementing body for the National Access Point when it comes to mobility data. And here we have 2 different steps. The one is the timetable data. The timetable data was published in 2019 with several interfaces, several APIs. The one which was obliged was the NETEX EU Spirit, the NETEX passenger information profile. Then we have the VDV, like the German interface, and also GTFS. When it comes to real-time data, it's even harder because there is no standard Siri interface for the EU profile. And as well, there are transportation acts which are not in force already. They will come in force in the middle of next year, because today the PTOs are not obliged to share real-time information data. And as I said, they are quite afraid of sharing them. But in the middle of next year, this will change. And for this, we also are in a project connecting all real-time data hubs in Germany, meaning 15 data hubs plus Deutsche Bahn plus several other mobility providers to connect German nationwide the real-time information. And then in the end of next year, when the project is finished, to put them available, make them available for the rest of the world as well. And this will be a huge step for Germany. Since we're developing Siri profiles, EU profiles as well, I'm quite interesting if this will be only the German profiles or if this will be Siri EU profiles as well. There was a very quick and rush through the examples we have, but I want to have the essence. I want to summarize. What do we learn from all these the Open Data Hub projects? First of all, as I just mentioned, we need the acceptance of the data generators. How to get this acceptance? We have to set transparent rules, transparent regulations. Even if we have standard interfaces, by sharing the information, we still have to precise these interfaces. And we have to set what is allowed to do with the data and what is not allowed with the data to do with the data. Still with the idea of offering the broadest idea of using the information. Second, one of the most important, I would say, is that we need to have regional quality assurance and coordinations. We have to make it sure that the availability of the data is correct, and that can only be with a source. We have to have a right understanding of the data. Somebody has to explain what is meant with this information. And of course, the failure tracking. And as well, the consistency of the data and the harmonization of the data. And then you see efficiency, flexibility, scalability, and performance as well. With the pyramid, you see this is 1 day of data, of timetable data, meaning 115 gigabytes, including more than 1 million trips a day, 2,000 PTOs through Germany. And we learned that just giving the data in such size doesn't bring any success. So you have to be able to slice the data in the portions you need it as a developer. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So for example, when we put up the NETEX EU passenger profile with the German national access point, we just give the data as such. But first after the to slice the data, we slice the data, meaning every state in Germany has its own package. The data was used and the data was required from the NAP. And then it comes to performance and stability and scalability. This is only for public transport timetable data. When it comes to real-time data, which is a data stream, this is much more information. And as well, if we see what are the objectives of each project, there are different objectives, of course, because the status of each Open Data Hub project is different. But still, bring it in common. It's all the projects will want to bring together relevant data for the mobility sector, such as public transport, timetable, and real-time data, but also parking data, sharing services, autonomous services, on-demand services. And all this by the overall goal of providing a proper basis to offer services by linking several data, not only mobility data, as we had with the example of the weather, of the accommodations. We want to have to offer the basis, and then somebody else, perhaps we don't know, will use this data, will link this data together intelligent, and then raise the comfort of our customers, attract new customers with the service. And for me, I would say the most important goal is not to attract new customers, but to bring down the amount of energy consumption over the whole mobility sector in general. That's the most important goal I would say we have to face today. So saying that we want to close this session and have a quick question and answer, and then have a coffee break, I would say, and perhaps I mentioned this too less in this session, we have to start regional, and there are a lot of approaches, and I think in South Tyrol there's quite a lot of efforts and pretty good success, I would say. But still, the vision is that smart mobility solutions act on a global level. So we have to provide relevant, digital, understandable, open data and services on a regional level, and then put it on a bigger scale and do it global. Well, let's say continent-wide. Only this way we find new solutions and new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, for sharing with us this global view, and I think you prepared the stage for Patrick De Jaco, who will then drill it down to South Tyrol after the coffee break. That's wonderful. Let's see if there are some questions from the audience for Christian. Any questions to Christian? We shouldn't have said that there is a coffee break. I have a question. You mentioned a lot of data hubs. So you see this development of data hubs all around Europe, or especially in Germany, where you are based and where you are doing projects with. Is it similar to what we are doing in South Tyrol? Do you see some differences on the approach we have in South Tyrol? What is your impression on this?
So first of all, I think, or I know we are on a pretty good way, but I think we have to face the challenge when it comes to real-time data and real-time information. If there are standards and there are precise standards, that's a way, but still we have to handle the amount of data and data streams and interpretation. But if there is no standard set, and for example in tourism, I'm doubting that there are several standards for connecting the regions. This will be the biggest challenge, I guess, you have to face.
Sorry, I turned off the microphone because I heard them echo. So the challenge, in your view, is data streams, and we are today dealing with descriptive data, also a little bit real-time data, but the data is growing and becoming fast data, and that's the challenge we have to face in the future. Is this correct?
As well as the the standardization, the understanding of the interfaces. If there are no standards, I think it's going to be hard to connect several regions or even several provider and project partners. But because the effort to understand the data, to handle the data, if there is no standard, that's a very big challenge.
Okay, so there is still standardization needs in the real-time data, in the stream data, things that have been solved in description, like timetable data, have to be tackled now on this part, as far as I understood. Yes. And also the metadata are not always telling the whole story, probably. So that's another challenge.
Indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
So thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us, and hope to see you soon here in South Tyrol. Thank you. An applause for Christian.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And then enjoy the coffee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. So you have all got probably this small voucher. There is written coffee or cappuccino and a croissant. So you have exactly 15 minutes. Oh, I have no... What's the time? 20 minutes we have. Oh, you have plenty of time. So we start back here at 11:15 sharp. See you. Welcome back. We had a short break, a coffee break. People are coming back from the break. I would like to share with you an information. After this event at 2 p.m., we will start with a hackathon, online hackathon, only online. There are still some seats available, so if you want to register, you can register until 12, until, yes, so it's 1 hour, not full, no, half an hour to register. And yes, and I think we will start now with the next speaker. We had the global view about mobility by Blick, and especially in Germany. And now we drill down to the expertise, to the best practice of South Tyrol. I have the pleasure to have here Patrick De Jaco. Patrick De Jaco is the head of IT systems at STA. STA is an in-house organization of the province of Bolzano managing the public transportation here in the region and is on the forefront of mobility as a service. So I'm looking forward to your contribution, Patrick. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot, Patrick. Hello back again. I hope you had also a coffee. Let's start now. So I'm delighted to present now our collaboration with the Neue Tech Park and the Open Data Hub. But first, let me say some words about my company. So STA, what is STA? STA is an in-house company of the province of Bolzano. So we are a private company, but we are public owned. And we deal mostly with mobility, public transport, I would say, for the moment, and other forms of mobility. And we are implementing a lot of projects in South Tyrol. We plan, build, and operate infrastructures for public transport, such as railway lines. You can see here now the Vinschgau Railway, stations, cable cars, and mobility centers. So at the moment, we are building up 2 new mobility centers, one in Brixen and one in Bruneck. My department, what I forgot now, we have also a driving safety center, and we operate this, and we have also the Department of Green Mobility, and they deal with all new forms of mobility, such as bike sharing, car sharing, charging stations, and so on. My department is the youngest department in the STAR. It's so-called information systems, and we operate the IT systems of the public transport. So this means we have two topics at the end. One topic is the passenger information, and the other topic is ticketing. So I think a lot of you know the Südtirol bus, so we operate this ticketing system. What we did in the last 4 or 5 years is to completely redesign the whole architecture of the IT systems for public transport. For that we had the luck to have a EU-funded project. It is a REDF project for regional funds. And this project with 4 million euro of budget was the basis for all this work, what I will show you now in the next couple of minutes. So the project is called BINGO, and our objective was to improve the attractiveness and efficiency of the public transport services by introducing a new architecture for data exchange and ticketing. So this looks a little bit complicated, but you will see it has really some advantages also for the customer. And all of it, what here stays behind is a standardization process for all the IT systems. And before we had a type of locked-in situation due to proprietary systems what we had, and now we clearly defined the whole architecture with all the standards, with all the protocols, and I think we are now future-proofed to build up the whole new system. So what are the key points of this new architecture? It's the clear separation of the responsibilities between the PTA, this is the authority, the province of Bolzano, they pay for the service for public transport, and the PTOs. PTOs are the public transport operators. And surely you have heard in the last weeks we had one of the biggest tender in the province of Bolzano was just the tender for the regional bus services, about 800 million euro. And in this tender we also put some annexes in what clearly define how in future the operators have to work with us. That means not only processes, but also all the standards and all the protocols. And the basis of this work is this graphic. I won't go very deep into this graphic, but it's the basis for all. It's a high-level architecture of our IT systems, and there you can see the clear responsibilities. So the yellow and the orange colors means that they are systems they are operated by STAR, and the blue ones from the bus operators or train operators. The core of the whole system is this: the timetable and network planning tool. Here all the timetables, all the stops, it's the master of the whole system. The province of Bolzano puts all the timetables in this system. The system is called DIVA. It's very complex, and maybe you think timetables are quite simple, but it is a very complex topic to deal with it. The second part is the travel planner. I would say that's the customer side. The travel planner publishes all the timetables, and what you then can see on the app, on the website, on the screens and on the stop displays comes from this travel planner. And another central element is this real-time data hub. The real-time data hub collects, distributes all the real-time data, and that's one of the big advantages that we have now from last year. I would say that we have now for trains, For some bus lines, so SASA and some Libus bus lines, we have real-time data. That this means how late they are. You can see how late they are, if the service is working or not. Another key element is the data warehouse. We built also up a data warehouse that collects all the data of public transport. This means real-time data, plant data, ticketing data, and so on. And this is used for reporting and for the contract monitoring. And the contract monitoring is a key element also for the new PTOs, as transport operators, with the tender the province of Bolzano made. What we now introduce next year is this ITCS and the ticketing backend. We made a tender this year about 30 million euro. We will get next year a whole new ticketing and ITCS system. ITCS means the board computer, but then collects all the data of the bus, mostly real-time data, and sends it to us. This is also the last major building block of our architecture, and which will enable us to get really high quality data across the whole area of Südtirol Mobil, because as you know, at the moment we don't have everywhere real-time data. What I don't show you is the protocols behind it. Christian Landrock mentioned them before. They are all based on European standard CEN protocols. And we are really proud of it, because we are, for some protocols, we are one of the first users European-wide. And for us, there are big advantage, so that this NetEx Siri OGP protocol that Christian Landrock mentioned before, they have also the big advantage for us that they support multilingualism in South Tyrol. So with this protocol, we can also send Italian, German, English, or Latin texts. And the most standard protocols that we had before, this was a lack of them. But now I will show you why we use the Open Data Hub within Südtirol Mobil. Südtirol Mobil, maybe all of you know Südtirol Mobil, I hope so. Südtirol Mobil is the whole new brand for the public transport in South Tyrol. And last year, we launched a new website. Website is südtirolmobil.info, and it is primarily used for passenger information. Here you can find all the timetables, the tickets, clearly arranged on the page. So the old web page was quite complicated, I would say. This one is really clear. We have a map on it, and you can search there for timetables, you can search there for tickets, but what's still missing is mobile ticketing. You can't buy it, we haven't got a ticket shop yet, we will get it next year. But this is one step what we make after the other. We also introduced an app, the app of Südtirol Mobil. It has the same design as the website, of course, and it was really successful. I would say we have 100,000 active users, and this means it's one of the most successful South Tirolians apps. And what we also see that we have a lot of trip requests. So if you search for a trip, you make a trip request. Of course, we know then how many we have every day. So at the moment, we have about 40,000 trip requests a day. We had some peaks when the school began with about 60,000, and in there we have all the information. There are about 7 or 8 people just managing this data of the timetables. From the start of the new Südtirol Mobil website, we continuously improved this website and the app, of course, and in the last year we introduced also some new services. I would just want to mention two. The push service, so you can subscribe to a railway line or to a bus line, and if there is some important notification, you will get it via a push service on your app or on your website. And what we also have that's very interesting, we have an occupancy forecast at the moment just for the railway, so you can see how we make only a forecast. It's not the real-time data, but with the machine learning model, we calculate from the ticketing data what we have, from the historic ticketing data what we have, and from the actual trip requests what we have, we calculate a type of forecast for the railway lines. We want to extend this also on the bus services, but there you have to use also other data, as for example weather data from the Open Data Hub, and much more. This is just a small overview. Now what you see is a small overview of the trip requests we have every day. Of course, then 6 o'clock in the morning it starts. Most trip requests we get via the app. And what you can see down on the bottom of the graphic is that it's continuously going up. Of course, you can see also the lockdowns of COVID, but now we see that it's going up, and up. So I would say this website is really successful for us. But what does all this has to do with the Open Data Hub? We use with the beginning, with the publication of the new website, we use the Open Data Hub for point of interests. So with the old system we had, we put the point of interest, some information we put in. We manually added this information in the travel planner. We had some schools in, we had some sites in, and that was it. And it was a high maintenance effort for us. There was still a lot of information missing. And for example, users couldn't find restaurants or hotels. They had to first look for the address of the restaurant or the hotel, and then put in the address. Our travel planner can search addresses, of course, and then you could find the hotel. And now we have, from the beginning on, we have now then introduced this, we have a connection to the Open Data Hub. So here you can see if you put in Hotel Sonne, you get a list of all the Hotel Sonne, what the Open Data Hub finds in South Tyrol. And then if you choose, for example, Hotel Sonne in Toblach, and you want to get, this is also from the Open Data Hub, to the Ötzi Museum in Bolzano, then our travel planner gets the geographic information. He calculates the trips, and then you get all the information, so the walking path, the train that you have to use, the interchange that you have to make. And so we think that this is really a big improvement, not only for us citizens here, but mostly also for the tourists, of course, because they don't know exactly where a hotel, what the address of a hotel is. Now I will show you also a screenshot of what we will get in the next months, because we don't, for the moment we use the point of interest service of the Open Data Hub, but within the next months we will publish a new step forward of the website, I would say, and this is a screenshot now. There we want to integrate also as a layer, as a visualization. We want to not only point of interest, also our ticket offices, parking lots, charging station, car sharing, bike sharing. This is only a visualization for the moment, but for us it's then a first step to get into this MaaS world, so mobility as a service world, because we also want to make a tender now for intermodal router. This means not only public transport, so you get the whole trip with combinations of bikes, cars, and so on. So, my conclusion, why do we use the Open Data Hub? We get much more information than we can provide ourselves. The quality of the data, of course, is better, because every partner in the Open Data Hub works on their own domain. They put their data in, and he has the best knowledge of his domain, of course. And for us, it's a big advantage. We have one endpoint for all the information, and we have a less integration effort. And we also now start to share our information. So from our parking lots that we will now have in Bruneck and in Brixen, we will put the information of the parking lot into the Open Data Hub, or for example, what we already did is all the ticket offices what we have from Südtirol Mobil. So for us, it's a big advantage, the Open Data Hub, and I would say thank you, and for an open future together, we want to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much for this overview. I'm always fascinated by this integration of work everybody is doing. Like you said, everybody has the best knowledge for his domain, and so he can bring in good, high-quality data and improve the whole system. That's great. Maybe we have one question, very quick one. If somebody wants to pose one question, we'll let it go. But if nobody is here with a question, Patrick is available, and we go on with the timing, so we will catch up on our schedule. Thank you very much, Patrick. Our next speaker is connected from Vienna, I suppose. It's Werner Gutmann. Werner Gutmann, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Werner. Werner is CEO of Reactive Software, and Reactive Software has developed a very, very nice app. I have installed it on my smartphone. It's called SnowMaps 3D. And will tell us now how they found Open Data Hub and what you are using Open Data Hub for. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Well, let's talk about sort of first what we are, what we're doing, and then let's talk about why we're actually integrating with the Open Data Hub and what kind of obstacles, challenges, problems we are facing. SnowMaps 3D is basically an app that has been developed about 7 or 8 years ago, went live in 2016. We have about 270 skiing areas worldwide, many of which actually are to be found in Austria, in Italy, in South Tyrolia, in Alto Adige, Trento, everywhere. The two major sort of selling points of the app are, one, an interactive 3D panorama for all of these areas, showing lifts, slopes, the real scenery, and we believe that it sort of improves orientation and navigation. And second feature, we have a friend finder. That friend finder allows you to basically see the position of your friends as shown on the right picture in near real time. Friends, family members, however you define basically sort of that friendship to be. The locations are shown using small images, avatars of the people, and what this kind of enables, or what we believe this enables, is kind of avoiding typical situations on the mountains, especially in the context with kids, family members that sort of, have the first day on the mountain and get lost, or don't arrive at an agreed meeting point at a particular time. Having said that, let's switch to our open data usage. Let me just give you briefly like a history of the last 7 years from our perspective. We initiated the project in 2015, and we could initiate the project because there were complete sets of data, geodata, for lifts and slopes in 2 countries, in Austria, in Salzburg, and in Italy, Alto Adige. We had access to free satellite image data, and as such, because of those availabilities, we could extract from those data sets things like lifts, slopes, height data, slope middle lines, and we managed to go live with our sort of first 80 areas in 2016 January. The next 2 years we spent on sort of improving the data that we want to actually show to the customer. We managed to get a lot of sort of open data sets from OSM. This included mountain peaks, street catalogs, settlement areas, and rolled those features out 2 years later. In 2020, we sort of thought, all right, fine, let's address the skiing areas for the first time directly, and implemented what we called like a CRM for the skiing areas, so they actually could inject POI-related data into our systems. We thought about webcams, images, lodges, rentals, schools, ticket offices, whatever. We actually had the first friendly trials scheduled in March 2020, but then all of a sudden everything came to a halt. And you know the reason? All of a sudden in March, a huge pandemic hit everybody of us, basically shutting down any effort that involved any skiing areas, which is understandable because life all of a sudden became difficult for everybody. If we as a company want to serve the people on the mountain in a good way, then we have to try to get towards this completeness. Without POI data on the mountain, life is kind of sort of not complete. We changed our approach early this year, started talking to some of the commercial brands, Snowsport Austria, Snowsport Italy, Intersport, Sports 2000, you might know some of them. And at the same time, we came to realize very early this year that the Open Data Hub for Südtirol, for Alto Adige, offers magnificent API to basically retrieve most of the data that we were hunting for, given a very useful and a very easy to integrate API. That's what we basically did. We found very appealing data sets. We found a very modern API, as opposed to some of the APIs we looked at 5, 6, 7 years ago that were sort of old, technology-wise, XML-based, whatever. And we are just about to roll out things now. Now, let me try to get back where I want to talk about. As we are accessing data, the initial reaction was like, great, there is POI-related data, that is great, we have webcams, we have hundreds of them, we have lodges, we have hundreds of them. But as we looked at the data and as we integrated them technically, we started to put those data on development servers, use the apps, have a look, and we found that consistency of this data can be a bit of a problem. And I want to give you a few examples of sort of the challenges we're facing. We do live in a 3D world. So any kind of POI that we want to show to a user has to be rooted in a 3D-dimensional world. We're using a game engine on the phone to really sort of display a 3D scenery. Now, when you look at those sort of two data fragments you find on the right side, one of the webcams doesn't have an altitude. That's a pity. What it meant for us is like we had to calculate the altitude ourselves, which is an effort which we thought we don't have to do, but then again, it's not the big thing. The next one is a bit more interesting, the one on the right side, at the bottom. There is a webcam that doesn't have a longitude, doesn't have latitude. So sometimes GPS information are missing. We had various conversations with the people from the Open Data Hub. They showed us a couple of other data sets where we could find the information. Then we had to link them. So again and again, the initial offering was a bit of a problem, a bit of a challenge, but we sort of found solutions. I told you about lodges. Whenever I want to actually show a lodge to a skier, the skier expects images. We've heard a talk already about licensing, about all these kind of things. Most of the data that we looked at had a very nice attribute, an image gallery. In many places they are empty. It's a pity in the end. The conclusion is a very interesting one. Without open data, we wouldn't actually exist as we do right now. So quite honestly, we love open data. It is the solution to many things. And if it isn't, or if it isn't fully, things can be enriched in many ways. Having said that, I know that some of the questions that we asked can be a nuisance. They can be quite demanding, challenging in some way. So let me take this opportunity now to sort of offer some sort of sincere apologies sometimes, because it really happens that we ask stupid questions, we get the answers, we don't read the answers, we don't read them properly, we're not patient, and in that sort of aspect, I think it's a nice gesture to sort of offer these kind of sort of apologies. That's more or less it, to be honest. If there is some downloads, we would be happy. If there is some feedback, we would be equally happy. It's a challenge in that aspect. Questions?
Thank you, Werner. Thank you very much. I don't think you have to apologize, because it was great to have you. I know we have a customer care team at the Open Data Hub. You contacted us through the email address, probably help@opendatahub@ZTT, where we have a ticketing system, and you provided many interesting questions for us also to understand what the challenges for startups are to use actually APIs out in the wild, and this helped us a lot in improving the services and the documentation we provide. So it's always a learning also for us, and I hope also from your side, and we would like to go on in this collaboration.
It's a learning experience every day, and I promise we will keep asking questions.
Great, thank you very much. So we are a little bit late on the time schedule, so I would suggest to skip the Q&A session. I'm sorry for that, but it was kind of challenging today with all the rules we have. And I think we will go on discussing online, and I hope to have you here in South Tyrol soon in person, so we can meet and we can also network. Thank you very much for your contribution again. Thank you, Werner.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Tiago Prince Sales from the Free University of Bolzano. Tiago is working together with the Alpine Bits Alliance. Open Data Hub uses the Alpine Bits standard, destination data, a new standard chapter of the Alpine Bits Alliance, and Tiago and Claudemir, who I've seen also here, working together with the Alliance to define this standard. So, Tiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Patrick. So, my name is Tiago Sales. I'm an assistant professor at the Free University of Bolzano. I work at this group, Cognitive and Conceptual Modeling Research Group. And today I'll share a little bit about our experience in developing these standards, the Alpine Bits destination data, in collaboration with the Alpine Bits Alliance, which includes the Neutech Park. So, as Patrick was saying, this let's say the UniBZ team that collaborates in this project includes myself, but Claudemir Fonseca, who's here in the audience, and also Professor Giancarlo Guisardi. And of course, we collaborate on this, but we couldn't have done any of this without all the meetings and the collaboration we have with the Alpine Bits Alliance. For those who don't know, some of you are members, right, or work in companies or members of the Alliance, but for those who don't, the Alpine Bits Alliance is a group of SMEs operating in the tourism sector who come together to innovate based on this idea of sharing data, right? So data-driven innovation. And the Alliance does mainly, I would say, right, there's many things, but two which are relevant for us now. The first one is this idea of defining and promoting open standards that would support interoperability between its members, right? And the second big part of the work is certifying those implementations so that members who use it, they're implementing, they are sure that this is done in a correct way. And there's two main standards. The first one, hotel data, was created in when the Alliance started. But today I'm going to talk about the second one, right, which is called destination data. And this is a project that we started together, I think, 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more. And this standard, so this data exchange standard, is about events. Right? It is about ski areas, so this includes the description of what's inside the ski area, like trails, lifts. But it is also about this geo information. So we have all of these different kinds of data within our standard. And the standard itself is not the data set, right? So we don't produce the data, but we describe how this data is meant to be exchanged. So let me just talk a little bit about what is a data exchange standard and why we need one. And this is kind of the idea, this picture is meant to convey what is the problem that we're trying to address, right? So let's say that we have let's say an event platform who wants to gather data about events so that it can share with, for instance, with tourists. And this data may come from different partners, right? It may come, for instance, from a regional tourism association, it may come from marketing agents, it may come from different interested parties, right? But the thing is that if all of these systems are implemented in a different way, right, they will all speak different languages, right? But by language we mean not Italian or German or English, but actually they have different structures, so different shapes or different data formats. And whenever we need to interoperate, to work together, to share this data, there is, let's say, a high cost associated to that. Right? Because then you have to first understand what is the format that this partner uses. What is the API that I need to access to, and I need to understand to actually query and retrieve this data. Right? So for each partner that needs to communicate, there is this effort of understanding, aligning the different interpretations, actually aligning the systems and putting this to work. Right? So our goal is actually to address this issue by creating this common language, right? So that all of the interested parties can speak. And by that we mean aligning the semantics, so we know what the data means, we know each field in the data what it's supposed to mean. We know how to structure this data, so we know exactly what are the data, let's say the minimum data quality requirements. We know which fields should be there, optional or mandatory. And we also know how to interact with systems that implement the standard. And so this kind of protocol that defines the actual communication between systems. Right? So at the end of the day, the goal of our data exchange standard, right, is to reduce these interoperability costs and foster data visibility and foster interoperability between partners. So how are we building this? How are we building this standard? As I said, we started a couple of years ago, and we do interactive cycles, right? So which are composed in which we develop these three main things. Right? First, we develop an ontology that we use to align the meaning of the data that we're going to share, right? We delimit the scope, so what kind of things exist and how we're going to use them. Then from this ontology, we define a data schema, right? So how we're actually going to share, how does this data look like? And then for this, for a certain scope, we will go and work on the API. So what is the features and how we're going to expose this data practically, right? So that developers can come and query and reuse this data. So the ontology will capture this shared agreement, right? This is very important for us. That's why in the beginning of the title of the presentation, I said this is an ontology-driven or ontology-based standard, right? Because we're very concerned about the meaning of data. We want people to understand each other, and we want to agree on what things are. Right? Just because we have access to the data itself, right? So we can see all the, for instance, we get some JSON data, but we want to make sure that people understand what those things mean. And it might be surprising, but I remember that in our first meeting, we couldn't agree on what an event was, right? It seems trivial, right? We know all, for instance, this is a case of an event, but we had all these different views on what an event was, right? And because there is all these different concerns, right? What we interpret, do we include services as kind of events, or should events be necessarily fixed, or can they change their dates, etc., and etc. So the idea, this artifact that we develop is a computationally independent model, right? So it doesn't, this ontology doesn't care how we're going to implement this. You're going to use a relational database or a triple store, it doesn't matter. It's just how we understand the domain that we're talking about. And we did this we specified this ontology using this language called OntoUML. And this looks a little bit like this, right? You have a UML class diagram enriched with some stereotypes that allows us to actually build precise and expressive models. And as you can see here, we have something called an event plan, which is connected to different roles like organizers, publishers, sponsors, contributors, etc. Right? So what we do, a big part of this, of the discussions that we have in this initiative is agreeing on what this model is, right? What are the definitions for these concepts? And from this, we go to the data schema, right? So we actually, AlpineBit's destination data is a JSON-based standard, which means that we exchange, all the data is exchanged via JSON messages, right? And this will define exactly what are the types of resources that we share, what are all the attributes, the mandatory, the optional attributes, what are the relationships between resources, etc. As an important aspect of this standard is that we don't want to offer, let's say, isolated silos of data. So we have, let's say, events, and then we have organizations, and then we have mountain areas. We want this data to be connected, right? So if there's a certain ski area or a certain company who operates a ski area and is also organizing the event, we want all this data to be connected. We don't want to offer these different silos. And when we define this data schema, we're also concerned with this some minimum qualities, right? For instance, I think our previous speaker talked about the lack of images, right? So in this part of the step of this standardization process, we'll say, okay, now if we have events, it is, let's say we could decide that it's mandatory to have an image, right? So that we guarantee a minimum data quality level. And the way that we also help, let's say, people who want to implement this standard to guarantee that they comply to this structure, we developed something called the JSON schema document, right? So this JSON schema actually formalizes how the JSON messages are supposed to be structured, and that you can use this to automatically validate your implementation. And the third component is the third part in which we work is the actual definition of the API, so the actual protocol that we're going to use for systems to communicate. And we developed this API as, let's say, following this REST architecture style, right? And not just because it's, let's say, popular technology, because we actually believe that this is the most adequate for the kind of problems that we're trying to solve, right? We want the standard to be something that it has a low entry barrier. So we want people to be able to use this without having to learn a very new fancy technology or a new database or a new query language or a new paradigm. Right? We want to make this as easy as possible or as friendly as possible for developers. Right? So developer experience is something that we really care about when designing this protocol. And a lot of this API has been inspired in something called the JSON API specification. So JSON API specification is the result of a lot of discussion from practitioners who worked on designing APIs, and they came up with a set of practices or a set of guidelines that we use as reference on how to design a good API that won't frustrate the developers. Right? So that instead of focusing on how to do things that have been solved before, right? Because APIs have been developed for a while now in many different places, we just, let's reuse what this knowledge that has been already developed and just focus on what is specific to our problem. And again, we want the experience to be good for our developers. So one thing that we did is we developed an OpenAPI document or an OpenAPI specification for this API. And what does that mean? That means that we have something that describes exactly what are the endpoints that we have, what are the resources, what are the features of our API, and how you can access those. In fact, we deployed this as a Swagger page so that you can actually interact with the API just via the browser. And We offer a number of different resources for those who are interested either in implementing this or exposing your data according to this standard, and for those who want to consume this data and, for instance, create their own applications, something similar to our previous speaker, or to actually enrich and absorb this data and combine with their own data to create different types of services. So one thing that we have is an actual written documentation that describes every single little endpoint and what are the different fields and how you can use that. We also have an issue tracker on GitLab so that people can see the development and ask questions about the standard. We develop a different number of tools for this. For instance, how you can, as a tool to validate each endpoint. We have, let's say, we have some demos on how to connect this data. For instance, we have an example of an application that actually queries data and show data about events, right? Something builds very quickly using React that can demonstrate how this data can be used, and so on. Something very important that connects to the Open Data Hub is our reference implementation. So we don't want just to design the standard without actually testing it. That's something that is very important to us, that while we propose this standardization, we actually test all our ideas. And we do that with the reference in collaboration with the Neutech Park, in which we actually expose the data that they have on events, on lifts, on trails, as, let's say, destination data, using the destination data dialect, let's say. And this is freely available as open data, and everybody can consume. So just to wrap up, I'd like to thank Patrick, Martin, Stefan, Rudolf, Emily, and all the other ones who collaborate with us in this project. This is something that we're really proud of the results, and we hope that this can be useful to you. So I invite you, if you're interested in this kind of data, I invite you to explore our endpoint, our reference implementation with the Open Data Hub, and hopefully you have a nice experience there. Thank you.
Thank you, Diago.
If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yes, I wanted to say that we have to switch the Q&A session because we're a little bit late. I'm sorry,
it's okay.
But it is fascinating to see how research connects to companies, to SMEs, as you said, how you use data to test research results or definitions you do. And I think we will use some networking here at the event, after the event, to exchange. Thank you for your contribution.
My pleasure.
And we are looking forward to collaborate with you on the Open Data Hub in the future as well. Thank you. Thank you, Tiago.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Danilo Pederiva from Alperia. We know each other because Alperia started to implement, to become a data provider for the Open Data Hub. I always use this example to explain what the Open Data Hub actually does. So I'm really happy to hear from your side the technical implications for this collaboration. Thank you, Danilo.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Danilo. I'm working in Alperia as head of the Digital Lab, which is a unit that has the task of taking care of POCs and innovation, digital innovation within the company. And today we are speaking a little bit about the world of e-mobility, and we're having a look at the protocols of the e-mobility, just to give you a little bit an idea of what's behind the curtains. So first, I'm actually representing here Neogene. The e-mobility efforts of the Alperia company is brought on by Neogene, which is a company that was founded in 2019. It is a joint venture between Alperia and Dolomiti Energia in Trentino. Both companies had already efforts in the field of e-mobility before this date, and they decided to join the efforts in order to go and work at national scale. Last year, or actually this year, Neogene was also mentioned above the 100 Eccellenze Italiane in order, because of their contribution to the development of the e-mobility in Italy. The company is now the third operator in Italy. It has 600 plus charging stations. Most of them are public. We also sell the home ones, the private home ones that you can get through the company. And the company is also the founder of Motus E, an Italian association that is devoted to fostering the e-mobility. As we can see from this graph, actually our region is very good, very well positioned in the field of electromobility, both as number of charging stations and as number of electric vehicles that are sold in the region. And this puts us at the same level as areas that we find in Northern Europe. So it's a very, very good positioning and an example at national level. Let's start now to dive a little bit in the chain that allows the mobility to work. So we introduce some terms. Of course, we know the electric vehicle. The electric vehicles connects to the charging station, the EVSE, that is managed by the CPO. So the CPO is the company that operates the charging network, let's say so. Behind the CPO, we have the EMPs. The EMPs are the guys having the customers, basically, the customers that want to charge their cars on the CPO's infrastructure. At the beginning, these two entities were the same, but now they have different, let's say, meanings. So Neogy is actually both a CPO and an EMP. And behind all these, of course, there is the DSO, which is the company that is distributing the electricity, for example, Edina, and the energy supplier. So people who are actually selling the energy that then it's used on the charging units to charge the car. The field of roaming is also very interesting and very important in the field of electromobility because customers don't want to be, let's say, limited in the places where they charge their cars. So a lot of efforts were done throughout the years in order to find a way to interconnect different CPOs and different EMPs so that you, as a user, you have your own car, your card, and you can use your car to charge not only in South Tyrol, you can go abroad, you can go everywhere, and you just deal with actually your EMP. In this sense, Neogy is part of Abject, which is one of the biggest roaming hubs in the world. And we find the collaboration with Abject very fruitful because we get a lot of customers actually from abroad coming here to charge on our infrastructure. And the platform also allows us to deal very well with contractual framing and billing. So it makes it easy for us to attract customers and as well as to let our guests, our customers, charge the car abroad. This is a slide that we use as a base for, let's say, explaining the different protocols that we find in the chain. So we already introduced the terms, and now we start to see what happens between the car and the charging stations. So at this level, we have basically two protocols. The first protocol, it's the standard that applies to the transfer of power. So it's the standard that dictates how the power is transferred between the car and the charging unit. So, for example, also in DC charging units, the car can, let's say, modulate, yes, the power charge so that it gets what it actually needs or wants, and the charging unit answers the way the car expects. On the other way, I brought it also another protocol which is very interesting, which is the 15118, because these protocols, it's actually called plug and charge because the idea behind the protocol is that the car should be able to authenticate and authorize itself. So nowadays, most users have their cards, an RFID card that you use to charge your car. But the idea is that you can just plug in the car, and the car knows what contract you have and talks directly to the charging unit so that you don't have to take care about the car. Basically, you can throw away your car because your car takes care of this part. And this is a very, let's say, innovative protocol that is disruptive in a way that it changes the way we actually do the charging nowadays. And it also enables for the so-called vehicle to grid, where the cars can actually interact with the electric grid in order to exchange power. Behind the charging unit, we have the dialogue between the charging unit and the CPO. So let's say, the central software that CPO use to check to operate their charging infrastructure. So, for example, Neogy has their own system, a CPO, that controls these 600 plus units. At this level, we find the OCPP protocol, which is the protocol that allows the central unit, the central system to dialogue with the units, with the charging units on the territory. For example, from the central system, you can start a charge, you can stop a charging section, and the charging unit, on the other hand, can communicate to the central system all the information about the charge, and can also, let's say, ask for permission. So when you pass your card, actually the charging unit asks to the center, can this guy charge or not? And then the charging unit applies the logic and answers back, yes, start, or no, don't. If we move back, we get to a field that is a little bit more complex, which is actually the field of roaming, we can say, so of interoperability between the CPO and the MPs. And at this level, we actually find several protocols. There is not yet a full consensus about a protocol that works for everybody. And of course, the protocols basically are equivalent in some sense, but why are there different protocols? Because there are different roaming hubs. So every roaming hub or every group of companies built their own standards. So here we see two examples. The second example, for example, the Open Intercharge Protocol is the one that Object uses, so the one that Neogy as well uses. We also find other protocols that are, for example, developed by you can see here some French names in the auto industry. They have Girev, so people dialing with Girev Hub use EMI protocol. And at the end, we also have the OCPI protocol, which is interesting because now it's managed by the EV Roaming Foundation. It's open, and is actually the only one of these four which is JSON-based, so it's a little bit more friendly in a way, and could be used also to, let's say, map the status of the charging units, which we'll come back later to. On the last, let's say, part, I also brought an example of the dialogue with the DSO. The DSO is the company that distributes the energy. And here, I didn't know, I found out about this during the research. There is a protocol which, let's say, has the objective to allow a communication between the charging units and the DSO, so that there can be a communication about the forecast of charge on the electro grid, so that the cars and the units can adapt to it. So that's very interesting, and I think it will be important as more and more charging units go on the network, because these charging stations, they are very high power equipments and they can generate problems on the electric grid. If you're interested in further reading about the protocols, I left here some links. The second one is a study by Dutch University that compares in detail all these protocols. Let's now come to the Data Hub. So Neogy has been collaborating with the Open Data Hub team for quite some time now. We started at the beginning to discuss with the team about sharing the data of the charging stations. We started dialogue with the Open Data Hub team and other actors in the field of electromobility. So Neogy was one of the first, but then others added, other people that have infrastructure. And we defined a common schema for the exchange of information that is now in use. And as I was saying earlier, we could start to think about using a standard protocol for this kind of information, so that can be a development in this sense. We participated in the coordination meetings, and nowadays this interface has been up for some years, I would say now, and it's working flawlessly since then. So this allows the Open Data Hub to collect the status of the charging station. Is it available? Is it not available? From several operators. So the benefits that we see is making the availability of the status information even wider. So of course, as a CPO, you're interested to attract people to charge on your stations and to let people know if they are occupied, so that people don't have to go there and be disappointed because they find a connector that is not available to them. So Of course, attracting potential customers. As we said earlier, we are a touristic destination, so this is always very interesting for us. And at the end of the day, the fact that we share information with the Open Data Hub is perfectly aligned with Neog's goal, which at the end is to promote the electromobility here and at national level. So my presentation is over, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Danilo. It was fascinating to see how many hubs there are to bring the information through all the different actors. So it's quite complicated, and it's fascinating to see how a car can automatically authenticate in the future and how it exchanges in the grid. So I think there is a lot of innovation going on, and we are happy to work with you and to promote the electromobility in South Tyrol and outside as well. Thank you for your contribution, Danilo. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Peter Hofgartner, CEO of OnTopic. OnTopic is a spin-off of the Free University of Bolzano, dealing with the topic of knowledge graphs, so data representation. I'm now taking words as if I would know what it means. I leave to you now the explanation of what you do at OnTopic and how you work together with us at the Open Data Hub. Peter.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody for being here. As a company, our claim is to make data usable. One aspect of making data usable is giving the clear structure. That's our main business. There's another aspect of data usability, and that's more related to data quality. What is data quality? Data quality in some way is not an absolute term, it's something with a purpose. Data is in itself has not a lot of meaning if you don't give it, if you don't need it for some use, for some usage. So everything related to data quality is always keeping in mind for what you need it. For example, if you need a position of this bottle, is 10 centimeters of precision enough or not enough? It depends on what you want to do with it. It might be enough if you simply want to say, okay, where's the bottle, in which room did I leave it? 10 centimeters might not be enough if I have to move it with a grabber. So data quality means what do you need it for? There are many aspects in data quality. They are called dimensions. There's a lot of academic discussions on how many dimensions data quality has. Some groups talk about 200 dimensions. Some groups talk about 6 dimensions of data quality. I think some of them are certainly easier to understand and more prominent. That's obviously accuracy. How precise is that data? How much can I trust that the value that is given there is true? Is how complete is data? So is it really am I able to have a complete overview of something with that data, or I'm missing some important things? And if data is consistent, consistent means I might have data twice in the database, and if it contradicts each other, then that's not so good. Why is data quality important? We said data is used for some purpose, and that purpose in some way is always linked to some value, giving value to something, doing some economic activity, doing some free time activity, giving something that is important. Let's take the example of Google Maps. Some Google Maps obviously is an example of some data system that, for Google terms, works very well. Google has a lot of geographic data. They know where the streets are, they know where the positions are, the point of interests are. They build a service on top of that data. That's Google Maps. Google Maps provides you a navigation service. So basically, you can use it for free. You can say, okay, I want to go now to Rome, to certain streets, wherever you want to go. You start with Google, you go there, and Google follows you during the whole travel and sees how you're traveling. And in the end, based on that data, Google can say, okay, probably my data was good or was not so good. From one side, because you give direct feedback, Google asks you at the end, were you happy with the navigation? And Google sees if you take another route, if you're leaving the car in a different place than where you wanted to be, and if if too many people takes different routes from what Google proposes, then probably there's some problem with either the service or the data. So Google has a feedback on their data, and it's in their interest to be to provide a top service so that many people is using it, to have the best data so they can resell that service for commercial entities. So in some way, they are well aware of the value of the data, they're building users, and they have built everything they need to guarantee the high level of data. Now, coming to the point of today, we're talking about the Open Data Hub, and the Open Data Hub, I would dare to say that the quality of data is high, but as we know, there's not an absolute level of very good data, of high level data, and keeping the data quality high is something that must be an effort of a lot of people, and it's something that you have to do all days, and many people have to look for that quality and to improve the data. The Open Data Hub today, we've seen a lot of different usages of it. For example, SnowMap 3D is using it for providing information for people doing a lot of skiing, so they're using data, positions of webcams, the image of webcams, the positions of slopes, and there are a lot of other usages. For example, one usage we have here is how can we provide verified data to Google, and that's doing something like technicals called JSON-LD, so you can request that data from the Open Data Hub and directly embed it into your web page so that that information comes directly to Google in the way that Google accepts it. So make this simple call here. What you get is a lot of details, and obviously if these details are not correct, then you have some damage out of it. If you have the wrong phone number in it, then people is not able to call you. If you provide the wrong position, then people is not able to reach you. Furthermore, Google usually is not happy if you provide incorrect data, so they give you some penalty for that. So having good data is in your direct interest to have good data. Good data, as we said, has a value. ODH provides data about tourism, it provides data for research, provides data for mobility, and a lot of other users. And to see, in some way, to inspect the quality of data, there are tools, and there are tools that are directly part of the Open Data Hub. There's one way to access data, and that's through a very powerful querying language. A querying language is something that allows you to filter and to combine data in very meaningful ways. For example, you don't have to understand really what's written there, it's just to explain that you can combine data and filter data so that you can find suspect data sets. So here we have one data set, and it's okay, we were taking all hotels and everything that can allows you to accommodate people, and how high are they? So we know the highest mountain in South Tyre is about 4,000 meters. We know the highest hut is about 3,500 meters. Yet there's data in the data set where it says that there are hotels above 3,500 meters. If we look at the result, we would have that Garni-Vitera is in the stratosphere, and that's very unlikely. We have one hotel at 10,000 meters. There's no mountain at 10,000 meters. For the human, it's clear probably the people missed the comma there, but for the computer, it's not obvious. So the computer says, okay, the data is not good. So there would be a direct interest to say, okay, give the feedback to who takes care of the data and correct the data, please, so that we can do better analysis, we can do better services. Another example of incorrect data is, okay, where might be some locations. Here we talk about lodging business, but hotels. Usually we say, okay, hotels, South Tyrian hotels are somewhere near around. They have a position that is not too much south, not too much north, not too much east, not too much west. Yet, a lot of in data, okay, sorry. Too much data is in some place that it's south of Africa. It's called the zero island. It's longitude 0, latitude 0. We've seen before the example of SnowMap 3D. Some of the webcams, they had a position of being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, not in the mountains. So that's a problem. We have example of data where the position is not coherent with the postal code. So there's a lot of those examples that we can do. And all of them in some way are relevant, because in some way you're taken to the wrong place, you do not find the correct data. I mean, it's always, data is good if it's of good quality. Here, for example, we have another example that's not so easy to spot by querying. Here we have the location of that camping That's in the wrong position. That is more easier to spot by someone knowing the place. Here, this camping is not where it should be, but it's near the Weinkellerei Bozen, so you're more there for drinking than for sleeping. Then we have another problem is that we can have incomplete data. Looking at the data in the Open Data Hub, there are a lot of hotels without rooms, so there could be no people sleeping there. Obviously, there's a lot of people talking about Bettenstopp, but I do not think that's the solution to the Bettenstopps for too much tourism if you have hotels with no rooms, so probably it's a data problem, not a real problem. Another problem is frequently that you have missing names or missing translations. That's even a problem because you do not find data if you do not have that information. We may have hotels which are not where they should be. If a hotel is known to be in a certain municipality, we have the geometry of that municipality. If it's not located within that polygon, then probably the position is not correct. For example, here we have one hotel. From my basic geographic knowledge, Fintel is not there. We're already outside of South Tyrol there, where this hotel is. So as I said, we do have a very powerful inspection tool for the Open Data Hub. We can do very powerful querying. And that's one part of the game. The next part of the game, but is who should really care about the data quality, who should take care of it. Now, I do not have a definite answer for it, but good quality data is a common good. So it's a little bit everybody's business who's involved in this. So who keeps the data, who distributes the data, who uses the data. So in the end, this is more a call to everybody to say, okay, care for data. If you're providing the data, then do everything you can do that your data is of high quality. If you're distributing the data, do everything that you can do that data is as usable as possible. And if you're using the data and you spot some problems with the data, please provide feedback, because otherwise, my personal opinion is things are never stable. If you do not increase, they decrease. So if the level of data quality that you have now and nobody cares of it, quality will decrease. If everybody cares, it will increase, but there's no stability. So please, everybody who uses the data, provides data, and distributes data, please take care of it, because data is useful. Everybody knows data provides value. That's my final call for it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I discovered now that the restaurant at the end of the galaxy is actually in South Tyrol. Thanks to you. Yeah. So someone gets the point. Yes, I think it is very important to have data visualization, which is easy to understand where data quality is. This is the biggest issue if we talk about open data. We are in a constant discussion with our partners and the data providers. So I invite everyone, if you find some data which is not of high quality, using the tools we provide together with OnTopic, or because your app sees data which is not complete or has to be improved, just write us an email to help@opendatahub@ZIT. And our goal is to inform then the right data provider for this data and to start a process to improve the data upstream as possible, because otherwise we create kind of layers which makes it even more complicated. So the invitation to all of you, if you spot data quality problems, tell us, because that's the biggest part to find the problems. Then fixing them often is very easy, but finding them in all this data is huge work, and therefore every contribution is very welcome. Thank you, Peter, for sharing your experience with us, and we are proud to have a knowledge graph in South Tyrol already up and running. A lot of other organizations in the world are trying to do it. Thanks to your technology, we have a virtual knowledge graph which can be interrogated. And our next speaker, which is Mattia Rossi from the R community, is actually probably interested in this kind of access to the data, because R can access also SPARQL endpoints, what you are providing, and other endpoints. So I hand over from you, Peter. Thank you again. to Mattia Rossi, who is, I thought he is here, but he's connected online. Okay, sorry for this, I didn't know. Wonderful, Mattia from the ARC Bolzano community. So Mattia is working for EURAC Research. EURAC Research has also a lab here at the Neue Tech Park, the Sensor System Technologies Lab. We will also have Roberto Monsorno afterwards on a discussion round. And Mattia is also part of a community of R users. R is a tool for doing statistical analysis, and will share with us what R Bolzano is organizing and what data scientists in Bolzano are doing with open data. Mattia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. I hope you all can see my presentation and me. As we said today, I would like to briefly present you both what we are doing as a Bolzano R users community, as well as the potential on how to combine both the Bolzano R group activities and the Open Data Hub data that is provided. And I would like to start briefly by telling you what we are actually doing, what the motivation behind the Bolzano R group is. So as you see here, I briefly sketched a data life cycle from the import of data. Then you have to tidy it, then you have to understand and to communicate it. That's basically what every researcher has to do for a specific study. So what is the main goal? The main goal is to really understand the data. And therefore, you need somehow to, in most cases, to program or to automatize your way on analyzing the data. And therefore, there are some tools in place. So there is R as a programming language. Many users also use Python or Ruby or Julia or JavaScript. And what I would like to focus here, what we are focusing on as the Bolzano R community, is R as a programming language. Now, why are we doing that? So as you see here in the data lifecycle, there are several different things that are necessary to conduct a proper scientific study. So you need to import, to retrieve, to tidy your data. Sometimes you need to convert that, visualize it, and at the end you have to communicate it to whatever stakeholder you are working with. At the same time, you need a very powerful programming infrastructure. You need some interfacing to other languages often. So not to only use one language, sometimes you need 2 or 3 different languages. Many users, as I do, in the Institute for Earth Observation, we need spatial analysis tools. There is also the possibility to do web or software development, and even to include machine and deep learning. And as you see here, there are tons of tools that are capable of doing that. These are all open source packages that are available, that everybody can use. But in order to use them for a specific part of your study, you basically need to understand them first. And as you can already see here, that often leads to a strong headache, because you really need to dig into a lot of different tools and tool sets and understand them in order to work properly. And that is basically where the Bolzano R community is coming into place, to give you a place to understand that, to get to know that, and to work with that. So the mission is basically 5-fold, as that's our first version of that. The first point is to discover the language itself and all the things that it can do, the possibilities that it offers to a scientist, to a researcher, but also to somebody not related to research, because the tools you have to use are oftentimes the same. The second point is to brainstorm on current, on ongoing, on future activities, on projects, on what can be done, etc. And also to exchange our knowledge among ourselves. So to exchange knowledge about packages that could be important for some of the scientists, to share some code, statistic, or any topic that is basically needed. The fourth pillar is to build code, to build functions, to build software whenever it is needed. So you have an idea and you want to build something, the R community could be a hub to really try it out, to get information, and to really continue your work without all the stepstones that are usual while programming. And the last point is the dissemination or the sharing of your results, your software, your publication, your skill set yourself. So this can all be done through our webpage that you can access at bolzanoar.eu. Our main activity, it was a bit slowed down during the pandemic, of course, was the in-person meeting. And here we presented a lot of different topics. We brainstormed about activities and these meetups. Then we had some dedicated coding sessions, also very informal, and also some more formal courses that were centered at one specific topic, like for instance, plotting. We had a ggplotting course this year at URAC, for instance. A very important thing, now that the meeting is a bit in the background and hopefully will go as usual when everything gets back to normal, is the dissemination. Because throughout the web platform, we were able to disseminate and to spread the word about what we are currently doing. So there is a possibility for basically everybody to have blog posts openly visible with the integration of code and text and pictures and everything. There is a possibility to list your publication if it's related to R, but also the packages, the algorithms, the frameworks, or whatever. If you want to link to a Git repository or to something else, this is possible. And it can also feature a person if he or she wants to be more present as an R developer. Recent developments, I just wanted to give you some ideas of what we have done within this group. One achievement was the Monalise R package, which is a package that accesses different APIs here in South Tyrol mostly for environmental data. And based on this, let's say, back-end package, we then, or Giulio Genova, developed the Meteo browser South Tyrol, an application or an interface that is able to interact with this package and to provide the user the capability to roam and to search for the meteorological data that is stored in the Open Data Portal in South Tyrol. At the same time, another development was also a social media analysis. So there we used the Twitter API to check for several different keywords, like for instance, droughts, and where they are tweeted, how often they are tweeted, what the search parameters are, to give us an overview of what social media can offer us as researchers, as environmental researchers, in order to strengthen our data collection. And this leads me then to how Bolzano R and the Open Data Hub South Tyrol could basically work together. So we as Bolzano R are mostly the data users and data analysts, and Open Data Hub South Tyrol would be mostly the data host. And this is super important for us as researchers to have that. So as Patrick already introduced at the very beginning of the session this morning, the Open Data Hub provides services ranging from the data access, sharing, and visualization. It provides you help, which is very useful for us. At the same time, and even more useful maybe, is the correct data documentation and the ongoing data curation, so that a data user, a data analyst, is really aware of the fact that it's continuing in the future, that it's not just right now what the Open Data Hub is capable of. And also, as we've done for other packages and in other works, is to have a standardized access via an API that is also usable within R. So you can directly access such an API from R, and then you can build your analysis on top of that, which is very useful and very helpful. And at the same time, we as data users and data analysts, I think, are a very important part also for a data host, because we try to do the data access and import and to tidy it. And so we can give some feedback to those who are hosting it, so to the Open Data Hub. We can try to do some statistical analysis, or at least to develop some ideas on how the data can be used in a project or for our specific field of work, in order to develop maybe also future research ideas. The next point is also that a community always includes multiple people, and I think that is also very useful to spread the idea of what data hosts are there and who is actually working in it. So it's bridging the gap between the researcher and the data provider. And it also provides the possibility to disseminate examples or tutorials or whatever through the blogging. And also there is the possibility to create synergistic use of multiple data sets, like the Open Data Portal South Tyrol, where we have accessed the meteorological data during the last 4 or 5 years. The Mona Lisa database, which is a very extensive database of environmental variables here in South Tyrol, or the recently developed environmental data platform by the Center for Sensing Solution. As Patrick has mentioned, Roberto was leading this project to build a platform that unifies most or many environmental data sets, both spatially extensive like raster data, but also point-wise in one single portal. And I think this is a very interesting point of cooperation. And more than this, I would like to give you 2 more hands-on examples on what can be done in a synergy between the Open Data Hub South Tyrol and the Bolzano R Group. And this is the first example would be, as I mentioned before, to include both possibilities to extract weather or meteorological data, not only from the Open Data Hub, but Open Data Portal, but also the Open Data Hub. I think this would be very beneficiary to have all of this information, since it's anyway going through an API and the backend there. This could be one possibility, and then to disseminate it with the Meteor browser. And the second one would be, this is a very recent work that we are fostering a bit more at the Institute for Earth Observation. We have different webcam providers, and we try to semi-automatically assess some events that we see through these webcams. Of course, it's the very beginning, but still also here, the webcam data provided by the Open Data Hub South Tyrol could be a very valuable source of information, and could be used adjacent to those other 3 platforms that we are currently working with. Yes, and this is just an overview of what we're doing, what I think could be useful in the future. If you want to connect to us, do it either with me directly, or take a look at the Bolzano R website. There we have everything listed, what we have done. Would also like to thank Giulio Genova and Peter Zellner, Michael Matthew and Alex Jakob, who always encourage me to continue with this community, and all the other members of the Bolzano R Group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mattia. Very interesting presentation. So for all the community here, or especially I see students, young students, maybe some of you are interested in data science as a topic. So in Bolzano we have a community. This is very important for us, as a lot of research projects, innovation projects are done by research institutions and companies together, and we want to create platforms where talents can meet each other, do projects together. So use this opportunity if you are interested in R, in data science. Bolzano R is for sure a great place to get to know other talents to talk to. Thank you, Mattia. And now we go to the last presentation before the round table. So we will close with a round table. And now we have Antonietta De Santis of IDEM Südtirol, who will present us how IDEM is connecting to Open Data Hub, and which projects, real projects out in the public, IDEM is already doing based on data from the Open Data Hub. Thank you, Antonietta.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. So last session, I hope you are fit enough to get some information before lunch. So my name is Antonietta De Santis. I am a part of the digital product management team of IDEM Südtirol. And today I will explain you how we use the Open Data Hub in our projects. But before, or maybe some of you don't know yet what IDEM Südtirol is doing, so let me list briefly some of our main activities that we have. So we managed and developed the umbrella brand that most of you will know. And our mission is to increase the competitiveness and innovation of the companies in South Tyrol. we make the marketing of the agricultural products with the quality label of South Tyrol. Of course, we also do the promotion of South Tyrol as destination. And we work on the sustainable development of the habitat of South Tyrol. On this point, we should say it's not only the ecological way of thinking, but related to the topic we are discussing today, it's also a sustainable way of implementing software in our digital platforms. So what are the platforms that we are managing? For the tourism, we surely have to mention, first of all, the Südtirol.info page. That is the most important platform of the tourism in South Tyrol, the official one. And we have some landing pages. For example, this one that you see here is an actual page for campaigns for promoting the tourism in autumn in South Tyrol that we make with our partners. We have lots of regional pages that we inherited from the tourism organizations that were fusioned with EDM some years ago. So this, for example, is the one of Merano and environs, but there is also Südtirol Süden, Finchgau, and so on. Then we have some mobile apps. The one on the left, you see it's the mobile guide, the Südtirol mobile guide, it's the official one. And also for the topic of outdoor activities, we have the trekking guide. Then in the agricultural domain, we have some page where we promote the products with the quality label, and we manage this page together with the consortiums of these products. For example, the Südtirol Wein from the Wine Consortium, Südtiroler Milch about milk and dairy products. We have the spec.it page for the spec, Südtiroler Apfel for the apples. And beside of this, we have a platform where we promote the other products, for example, honey, meat, vegetables, eggs, and so on. It's Qualität Südtirol. So what's the ODH for us? It's basically a pillar. So you see all these websites, and most of them have lots of content that we take from the Open Data Hub, and they wouldn't exist if the Open Data Hub wouldn't be here, so not in this form. We often speak about the Open Data Hub as a turntable of data. So we have lots of data. We cannot produce it from ourselves. We use the data from sources that for us are relevant and valid, and the experts in their domains. One of our biggest sources and most important is the LTS, so the Association of the Tourism Organizations of South Tyrol. Lots of data come from them. We saw it in our previous sessions. They have the TIC web where the tourism organizations insert the data. It's about accommodations and activities, points of interest. And the tourism organizations are for us the experts in their domains. They know best the surroundings, and they can insert this data and assure also the data quality. For example, when we talk about accommodations, we have the HGV, the HGV, that provides us data about the bookable accommodations. So all the accommodations that come from the LTS, some of them are bookable, and this data we get from the HGV. We also get some data from the public domain, so the province has the data about weather and museums that we also implement, and other data that we implement in our platforms. On the right side, you see our digital landscape is composed from these automatic content that comes from the Open Data Hub, and also our own editorial content that our content team writes. So if we go deeper in the use cases, for example, Südtirol.info has about 9,500 accommodations on our site, and the accommodation search about hotels, bed and breakfast, apartments, farms, and so on, and these come from the LTS. 2,300 of them are online bookable also on our platform. So the Booking Südtirol platform of the HGV has these accommodations bookable, and also on our site. We also display lots of data that is under the section experience and exploring South Tyrol, and that's, for example, activities, 5,300 mountain tours, cycling tours, hikes, and a lot of other stuffs that the tourism organizations insert in the TIC web, also for the winter slopes and lifts. We have about 8,600 points of interest, so these are castles, churches, lakes, and so on, that come from the LTS. And also museums, so 100 museums that we get, this data comes from the province. They have their office that is there to take care about the museums. They insert their data in the database, and this data comes to the Open Data Hub and then to us. We also display events, so about 350 of them about gastronomy, traditional fairs, and so on. Of course, the LTS has a lot of more events, but 3,000, I guess. We select only the highlights and display only these on Südtirol Info. For the part of eating and drinking, we display about 2,800 restaurants, bars, mountain huts, etc., that come also from the LTS. And beside of these, 230 wineries, and the source of this data is the Wine Consortium itself. In one of the next slides, I will explain you this special case. Also in the informational section, we have weather and webcams that come from the Open Data Hub. And for example, the actual and forecast weather of the 7 districts that come from the province. And also from the LTS, we get 250 webcams, and there's no reports of about 28 ski areas. On the landing page, we focus mainly on the accommodation. So there is an accommodation search. And yeah, there it depends from the campaign, it depends from the partner and how many members join this campaign, but also these come all from the LTS. And the Südtirol Guide, it's a similar situation than Südtirol Info. There we have the plain data, so the accommodations, activities, points of interest, and all these things. We also, I have to mention also in the Südtirol Guide, functionality that we call the beacon scan. So if you use the app outside and you are around in South Tyrol, you can decide to let you send push notifications if you are near to a beacon. And also this feature was possible to implement it thanks to the Open Data Hub. So there, Neutechbar also developed an API that, that gives us the data that we then show in a notification of the user of the Südtirol Guide gets. Südtirol Wine is a special case because they are data providers and at the same time also data consumers, because they decided to give the data to the Open Data Hub, so they, the wineries and the awards, the wine that won an award, are in the Open Data Hub. And at the same time, they pull the data from the Open Data Hub to show it on their own website. Of course, the data is available to everyone, so every platform or web page that wants to integrate this data can do it. If there isn't the possibility, for example, to implement a new API, as Patrick already mentioned in his session, there is also a possibility that is a part of this to using the web components. So on the web component store of the Open Data Hub, you can find lots of widgets, let's call it like this, where you can retrieve this data and integrate the widget in the website in a quite easy way. So there are components about mobility, but also ski areas. There are points of interest or events displayed on maps. And in this case that we implemented on Southtirol.info, we developed a widget that is about weather. So the user can go on the site and configure the web component as he wants. He can choose which district he wants to have the forecast weather and, for example, the size of the widget, and also how many days of forecast he wants, and then take the snippet that you find here and put it in the CMS, integrate it just like we did on Südtirol.info here in this example on the page of Vinschgau. We integrated the widget, and as you see, the layout of the widget itself adapts to our site. So if we want to summarize why we use the Open Data Hub, what's the value of the Open Data Hub for us? Well, first of all, surely the single access point, so all the data comes from one point. You see we have lots of platforms, you see we have many agencies that work on these platforms, that develop on it, and it's a good thing to have one access point. You give one documentation, there's the Open Data Hub, our data comes from there, so it's much more simpler to implement it. It's a stable channel, and that's important because, as you've seen, it's a pillar for us, so our platforms would fall down, or maybe not in this way that you see it, if the channel wouldn't be stable, so that's a great value. It gives more visibility to the data. As said in the previous sessions, it's not only about showing it in our platform, it's about showing it to the whole world. So everyone has access to this data, everyone can implement it, from a big company or a big player as Google to a small startup that wants to integrate this data on their platforms. And last but not least, also this aspect, the APIs are built on open standards. It's the whole work of the Neutech Park, it's based on this strategy and on this way of thinking. And yeah, building it in this way, it concludes also the circle, so to be sustainable also in the IT sector and on our digital platforms as well. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Antonietta, for this overview. It's quite interesting to see all this. I know a little bit about these projects, but seeing it in a presentation, it makes us proud,
yes,
Antonietta.
Defiantly, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Antonietta, for your contribution. Thank you. So we want to conclude the Open Data Hub Day with an interactive session, with a little discussion round. We have guests from industry and research. Remotely we have, online we have Raul Ragazzi. I see him already. Hi, Raul. We don't hear you yet, but we will, yes, now we hear you?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful.
Okay, Patrick. Hi.
Hi, Raul. Raul Ragazzi is an entrepreneur and represents Rete Economia, economical association of companies in South Tyrol. And then I ask on stage Gianluca Antonacci from CISMA. I see Gianluca reaching the stage. CISMA is for me still, no, that's not correct, but it's a grown-up startup because I've seen CISMA grow up in these years. So CISMA started in our startup incubator and now is a full-fledged company here at Neutech Park. So I give you a microphone.
Thank you, Patrick.
It's short, yes.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, so
Can I sit here?
Please,
okay.
Thank you. Then I ask Roberto Monsorno from URAC Research. Roberto is coordinating a very important lab that we have here at the Neutech Park.
Thank you, Patrick, for the invitation.
The lab is Sensor System Technologies Lab and is providing knowledge about how to use sensors. And we have invited you three to join this concluding discussion round to a little bit understand how research and economy are seeing and using the Open Data Hub. And I would like to start with a first round, first question to all of you. Maybe we start with Gianluca Antonacci from CISMA, and if you can briefly introduce you, explain us what the company is doing, CISMA is doing, and what you are doing today already with open data in general and the Open Data Hub. Gianluca.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick, for the invitation. Okay, I will present myself. I'm Gianluca Antonacci. I'm an environmental engineer and entrepreneur. Our company is located here at Neutech Park. and we do a lot of environmental data analysis. So in the last years, we used Open Data Hub and Open Data in general, both as providers, that is delivering data, and as consumer, that is using data to do environmental data analysis in the field of meteorology, hydrology, and traffic analysis. So, and this is boosting our business, because all this process of sharing data is helping us on having access on a huge data set, which 10 years ago wouldn't be accessible and for companies, for little companies. So this is helping us. Let's try with a little example on environmental data. If each of us has, for example, a temperature sensor at home and is not willing to share this data, well, each of us would only have an idea of something in the surrounding. If each of us is willing to share all the data, each of us would have a business possibility. For example, creating a temperature map all over the town, creating some statistical analysis, weather forecast, and so on. So each of us would have the possibility to create some value-added service, to sell it, and to create some business on it. So this is so a cultural shift. And we are pushing in this direction, and I would encourage entrepreneurs to do the same, because this is our new gold mine. Data set yes, it's the gold mine of this new age, and we should exploit this.
The idea that startups have access, or companies have access to data, creates business opportunity. That's what you envision and what you have seen until now. And you use the Open Data Hub in your applications today, or?
Yes, we do. As I told before, we are both data providers and data consumers.
Okay.
And we are creating also some interfaces to access data using R or Python.
Ah, okay. So you are an R user using like the Bolzano R community.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I give the word to Roberto Monsorno from URAC to bring in the view from a researcher. Do you and your team, I know, you use a lot of open data, and how do you see the Open Data Hub role in this?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for inviting to this final session. I was really happy all the day long, all the morning long to see really nice examples on how Open Data Hub is really growing and has a huge potential. From our side, as a researcher, I'm working at URAC Research for more than 12 years now. When I started, let's say, the data available at URAC Research were few dozens of gigas. Nowadays, we are handling petabytes of data. Why? Research lives out of data, so research, and as also explained by a colleague of mine, Mattia Rossi, together with software is fundamental to address research question, to investigate in an empirical approach, but driven by data and producing the knowledge. Therefore, for us, is really important, first of all, the data, and open data in the interdisciplinary approach that we have, and also in the international organization of projects. We are also demanded or requested to produce data that are open. Indeed, at EURAC Research, we started last year also a research data management working group that has a roadmap from this year to the 2023 to really leverage the open science more widely, so that is open access, open source code, open data, open access for publications, and therefore the openness is really something that is important. On the other side, answering now the question of you, we are, you have seen how is the data-hungry people, researcher, wanting to use more data that are in the Open Data Hub. In our direct experience, we are working since 1 year with Open Data Hub, using some data that are available there that actually indeed are, some of them are open, some of them are not, but are really important for bringing forward our research on novel sensors, let's say. And what is also another important fact, there are really a lot of possibilities, as you have seen or as presented by my colleague, to join the platform that we are developing and putting at the disposal of our research together with the Open Data Hub.
Thank you, Roberto. Sorry, I'm just handling microphones to avoid loopbacks. So if I understood right, research needs access to data, and you are data hungry, and that's a good kind of overlapping with the industry, where the industry is looking to implement business models, services for elaborated data, and the research also needs data to create the algorithms to understand the world better, and also to create data, so simulated data, as we said. You have this platform, how is it called?
Environmental data platform. Yes, not only, okay, of course, this is the one side of the coin is, okay, research needs data. Okay, to better understand phenomena, behaviors, and can provide also added value information out of the analysis of those data, and also are then released as other added value data. And there are plenty of these examples through the Open Data. The environmental data platform is also possible to have an overview of which are the available data sets or collections that are not only predictive data, but are also data that comes from the sensors, from satellite, Earth observation, and point measurements. So those data are also released out of a research and development process. And of course, our role also to be here in the Technology Park is also promote this kind of data and put at the disposal also for entrepreneurs and companies to foster the technology transfer towards these organizations.
And that's one of our goals at the Neutech Park, to have this knowledge transfer, to show to the companies what competences and data we have in research, and therefore we want to give visibility to your platform, also including it in the Open Data Hub community, let's call it. No?
This is the roadmap, no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I pass the microphone to Raul Ragazzi. Raul, from your side, you know a lot of companies. Rete Economia has a lot of companies as associated members. Do companies already use data, and do they know Open Data Hub? How do you see this?
Hi, Patrick. Hi, all. As you see, I am also an entrepreneur. I have a MarTech company in Merano and in Milan. And I represent, as you say, Rete Economia Wirtschaftsnetz. There's a union of trade association that associated CNA, Confesercenti, Coop Bund, and Coop Dolomiti. Rete Economia represent entrepreneurs operating, for example, in construction, local cooperation, shops, and street market. We represent 7,000 companies and 16,000 employees from many economic sectors and the third sector. We have using Open Data Hub for the first time for about 12 months on a project called Taste of Italy, which is a restaurant guide to the best, also the best for us, 41 Italian dishes in Bolzano. In other words, we have put the best dishes on a website and an app, such as the best carbonara, the best pizza, and the best gelato, and so on. The open data we use as the MOBEN are about bike sharing, car parking, public transportation, and e-charging stations. We use them because it's important that the citizens and tourists knows how to get to our restaurants in every possible way, because often they are not a restaurant in the center, but all over the city. Open data hubs for us simplify the connection between the citizen, tourists, and restaurants. And this is the big value for us. But that's all. Thank you, Patrick.
Oh, thank you very much. Maybe you can answer also my question, what I would like to understand. Where do you think, and do the companies you have in your community think the Open Data Hub will go? If we think about 2030, what should the use and the collaboration with the Open Data Hub be in 8 years from now, in 2030?
I read the past, but not the future. But I imagine open data in 2 years as support to our two projects. For example, the street market project. So we have a project to digitalize the 300 street shops of the street market. Because you have to know that the Bolzano market on Saturday, for example, morning, is a real open-air shopping center that opens at 7 in the morning and closes at 2 in the afternoons. For us, it's important that citizens and tourists come easily to the market and find, for example, interesting events around the market. The project covers all markets in the province of Bolzano. In addition, we imagine Open Data Hub in 2030 to be a prediction model for pedestrian traffic flow, for example. Yeah, that's all.
So you go into the prediction model, providing also algorithms for apps or for websites using the Open Data Hub. This is in line with the message Gartner has given us today, and I think this is something we should investigate. Thank you very much, Raul. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
I pass the question to the startupper and now entrepreneur, so grown-up startupper. Where would you see Open Data Hub in 2030 as very useful for you?
Yes, okay. Open Data Hub has been alive some years now. It is no more a little baby. It has grown and grown well, I would say. And switching in forecast mode, I would hope, I would expect Open Data Hub in 2030 to be mature. To be mature means to have to be widespread, more used in business and in scientific application. But in this sense, we also have to face at least 2 challenges. Peter of Gartner before gave us some insight on data quality, and I would like to go deep in 2 points, in 2 issues we should face. First one is data context or data metadata and metadata, and second one is quality check, quality assurance. So first point, Open Data Hub is presently a big container in which data provider deliver data and they can be consumed. There is some standard, there is some rules, but we should also care of all the context data were gathered and delivered. Let's try with an example. In the manual way of gathering data, I would phone the data owner and ask for an Excel spreadsheet containing data. And during the phone, I would ask him or her, please tell me how this data were gathered, where they checked, are there some bugs or something like that? And I would gather also this response. This can be described as data context or data method or metadata. And we should care of translate all this data context inside the Open Data Hub process. This is about process, not data container. Moving to the second point, which is data check and quality assurance. Peter before gave us some good example. Data quality has three characteristics. Good data should be complete, should be accurate, and should be consistent. And we should care that all the processes flows like this, because the lower the data check is, the lower is the value of all the data set. And it will, if it is low, it will not create value-added services which can be sold, or scientific processes which can be communicated to our customers or partners. So, as I told before, it is much like a cultural shift, because technological tools are already in places. For example, Open Data Hub already has some automatic filters which can check all the data flowing in, but all the people, all the stakeholders working on Open Data Hub should care of the data, because, as talking before, it is our gold mine.
Okay, thank you. Yes, data quality is a hot topic, and we have this maxim that providing visibility to the data, you invite the data provider, so the people inserting the data, to insert good data. Because in some fields we have seen that people are inserting data in some machine, but they don't know what happens to this data. And once they see the data applied somewhere, they see the mistakes they did while data entry, and they are motivated to curate the data better. That's something we would like to create, this culture of understanding that the data that you put in the input has an implication for the application of the data itself.
Totally agree, and I would add that probably new professional can grow. For example, creating the so-called quality assurance data flow. For example, a company could take care of checking all the data tracing and assuring the customer that all was checked.
Mm-hmm. So certification of data quality.
Yes, a sort of certification of data quality.
Thank you. Thank you very much. From the side of the research, how do you see the future? It's your job, actually, no?
How do I see the future in general, or for the Open Data Hub?
For the Open Data Hub.
Of course. Let me give also this, let's say, generic definition before to answer the question. Let's say, regarding the life cycle of the data, not only for research, but in general, from the acquisition to the visualization of the usage of it, passing through the analysis and processing, whatever, from the scientific perspective we are trying to follow, we are implementing indeed, is the a bunch of principles that has an acronym that is FAIR, so findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Regarding the interoperability, is where I want to go, is I will see really not far in 2030, but already next year or in the next months, really the interaction among, at least nowadays at local level, different platform or hubs, data hubs, and for the long-term perspectives, thanks to the very already understanding of the need of to be standard, we should foster a little bit or improve a little bit this standardization also at international level, and have here from South Tyrol our data hub that collects different data sources, well standing at European level at least or international level, both for attracting new business that can really leverage or can boost the data quality, as you mentioned, that is inside, but also to attract also new research that can benefit out of this Pandora of data in future. So is where I would like to go.
Thank you. So you state that we are already walking together, and we will put the next step will be to integrate or to have the platforms available. For example, the platform you are managing in the research as a data provider for Open Data Hub, and you are foreseeing that in 2030 we could become a reference hub at the European level for open data. This is
a reference, maybe not the only reference, but part of a network of hubs that are all over the Europe. Regarding the walking, I can say that Open Data Hub has already a best practice on how to intake data that are produced by other by means of standard APIs, standard protocols, and also at EURAC and here at the provincial level is since 2013 that we are providing some, let's say, project data sets or collation in the standard formats to the open data portal of the province itself that is then also feed it is a data source for the open data. Therefore, I think that everything is already there in place as technical solutions or technical tools. We have just to work to put really this, to go to one convergent hub of data.
Yes, yes, and I think we have to organize events like this. Because often everybody of us sees a part of this Open Data Hub. No? Everybody is involved in a project, in his domain, with his data, and doesn't get the whole picture. I really like the contribution by IDM, who has given the overview of all these applications in the tourism sector. Also, and on STAR, I knew the diagram, so it was not new for me, but I think these are the opportunities where we can share this knowledge and create a culture for an Open Data Hub in South Tyrol, and then also Europe-wide or worldwide. So we love to think big. So I would like to close this session together with you on stage, you two on stage, and Raul Ragazzi connected from Merano. Thank you, Raul, very much for your contribution. We are looking forward to work with you and your companies, the associated companies, and develop the Open Data Hub in South Tyrol. Thank you all. Thank you, Roberto, from the EURAC, bringing in the vision of research.
Thank you, Patrick, for the invitation.
Thank you, and Gianluca for showing us how Chisma companies who started as an idea in our incubator has grown up in a very important knowledge provider for South Tyrolean projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for participating. We are looking forward to probably the beginning of next year. We will have the next Open Data Hub Day. We would like to have it every year now, to have a kind of synchronization and creating the community. That's the most important part for us, creating the community, getting to know each other, and I hope you had some opportunity to do networking as well, to create new ideas of future research and innovation projects. We are always here. If you want us to help you to define the projects, then it's part of our services. And now at 2 p.m. the online hackathon will start. So who is already registered? We will spend 24 hours together the whole night to have fun, to build some prototypes based on the Open Data Hub. We are looking forward, and as last information I can give you, we will upload all the presentations on the opendatahub.bz.it website, where you find the event under the events section, and there you will find the links to the presentations, and the videos will be published as well. Thank you very much for participating, and I'm looking forward to see you all at the hackathon or at the next Open Data Hub Day. No, actually, maybe we see us on November 12th for the Free Software Conference, the SFSCon. That would be also great, a conference about digital technologies and free software. Thank you, and to the next time.